Chapter 217. With just a thought, Zhuoxiaoduo's true origin, which had been blocked in his meridians and was about to break through at any time, all returned to his dantian. That obedient force was like an extension of his arm. What's more, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that his dantian still had plenty of true origin left. That was to say, he could accumulate even more resources and strengthen his foundation even more. Fuck. Zhuoxiaoduo groaned. Suddenly, he felt so good that he could go to heaven. It turned out that he had used too little cooling power previously, which was why it was difficult to achieve results. But now, he had used a whole drop at once. The effect was indeed extraordinary, and the effect was immediate. However, Zhuoxiaoduo was completely dumbfounded as to where these 2 drops came from. Where did they come from? Recently. I haven't seen any big fortune. What's going on? Well, the surprises did not stop there. They continued to come. Just after these 2 drops of cooling power arrived, only 10 minutes later, another drop suddenly entered his account. Once again, Zhuoxiaoduo felt refreshed, and his whole body trembled. Strange, this is really strange. The only thing Zhuoxiaoduo could think of was, last night, when he saw Zhuoxiaonian and his fortune, the people closest to him were in a life-and-death situation, and this life-and-death situation was obviously resolved. That was why these providence points came. But why were there 3 drops? And why did they come separately? Which drop came from which side? He had no clue at all. But it didn't matter which side it came from, as long as he could force the true origin back. Well, not bad, not bad. Now, the number of providence points that he could use had climbed to a new peak. He had a total of 7 drops in reserve. Plus the 3 drops that he used. It seemed that the reserve was full. Then, was this fortune-telling technique going to be upgraded? However, Zhuoxiaoduo waited for a long time, but there was no movement. Sigh, it's better to focus on cultivation. When it's time, it will naturally come. With 3 extra drops, he could at least suppress it a few more times. How delightful. It had to be said that Zhuoxiaoduo was very easily satisfied now. I don't need to compare myself to anyone. I only need to improve faster than my classmates. I only need them to be no match for me when I'm being mean to them every day. That's all. I just need to be more steadfast than Nian Mao. I just need to be stronger than I was yesterday. I just need to be able to earn 1 million every day. I just need to reach Uncle Nan's level. I just need to surpass Nian Mao as soon as possible. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed, feeling wronged. As long as I can achieve these goals, I will be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuding and Zhuochanglu rolled their eyes in unison. After eating, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't hide in his room as usual. Instead, he walked around the living room and tried to find something to talk about. Mom, Nian didn't come back for dinner, and you didn't even call me. This can't go on. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes as she washed the dishes. Actually, girls have to follow the rules and be reserved when they grow up. Not returning home at night was unacceptable. Mom, don't you think so? Zhuoxiaoduo continued to walk around. Wu Yuding continued to roll her eyes. Mom, now that I can cultivate, and I'm a genius, I'm not completely unworthy of Nian Mao, right? Zhuoxiaoduo muttered to himself. His wild ambition was obvious. This time, Zhuochanglu, who was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper, couldn't help but look up at him and roll his eyes. Do you think Nian Kitten will feel inferior if I continue to be so outstanding? Plus, she's 3 years older than me. Sigh, Nian Kitten must be suffering. Zhuoxiaoduo shook his head. But she shouldn't feel inferior. This girl is very thick-skinned. She's already decided to stay in our house. Sigh, poor me. I've been targeted since I was young. It's a sin to be handsome. Dad, you told me not to think about it that day. Nian Mao and I are from 2 different worlds. I think you're wrong. Zhuoxiaoduo saw that no one was paying attention to him after he talked to himself for so long. He simply sat in front of Zhuo Changlu and started to talk about old scores. He felt that he needed to change his father's feudal thinking. It wouldn't do to always be a busybody. Zhuo Changlu looked at the newspaper and didn't say anything. He pretended that someone didn't exist. Look at me now. I'm handsome and hardworking. I'm smart and honest. I'm a genius. I can even make money by reading people's faces. Dad, I know you were just talking about it that day. In fact, you still voted for us to get closer to Nian Cat. Zhuo Changlu sighed and put the newspaper down. There was no other reason. He couldn't bear to watch or listen to this anymore. I know what you're worried about. Right now, Nian Mao's realm is only 1 or 2 levels higher than mine. But for your son, this distance is nothing. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue and tried to brainwash his father. He opened his mouth and said, I'm not worried about not being able to find a wife. But Nian Mao pesters me every day. It's so annoying. I don't know how many young ladies like me. However, the fear in his heart that his wife would grow wings and fly away was still exposed. Zhuo Changlu leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Dad, just nod. Actually, it's one thing to let nature take its course. But feelings, love, if there's a parent's blessing, it's quite good. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. You can take back what you said the other day. Thank you, Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had directed and acted himself, drew and painted himself, bowed deeply to him. In the kitchen, Wu Yuding held her stomach and laughed silently until tears came out. Zhuo Changlu finally stopped pretending to be asleep. He stood up with a speechless face and strolled into the study. But it's so annoying. In the future, no one will be able to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. A voice that's as annoying as a fly is the biggest nemesis of a person who's pretending to be asleep. Just as he was about to close the door, he was surprised to see Zhuo Xiaoduo walking in behind him. He looked at him innocently and said, Dad, I'm going to take a look in your study. What do you want to see? Zhuo Changlu finally spoke. There's something important. Something good. Zhuo Xiaoduo winked and looked behind him like an underground worker. Zhuo Changlu glared at him. Ignoring him, he walked to the desk and sat down. Zhuo Xiaoduo closed the door sneakily, then sneaked in front of Zhuo Changlu and lowered his voice. Dad, your son is going to give you a surprise today. A big surprise. Zhuo Changlu raised his eyelids helplessly. What do you think this is? Zhuo Xiaoduo showed his bank card and smiled evilly. Dad, I know that you've been under my mother's care all these years. Your son would like to express his deep sympathy and condolences. Zhuo Changlu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a low voice, Dad, there's 1 million in this card. I've already transferred it to you. 900,000, how about that? Your son is filial enough, right? Zhuo Changlu frowned and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Son of a bitch, just tell me what you want. I really don't want to do anything. I just want to be filial to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, I just want to make life easier for you and Mom. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were deep. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already put away his sloppy appearance and said softly, Dad, ever since I kept repeating grades, I knew that our family wasn't rich. I saved up for so many years. I couldn't bear to spend money. It wasn't because I was stingy. I just thought that if I saved up more, I would tell you that your son has grown up. I've been thinking about this for the past few days too. Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed Zhuo Changlu's hand and begged, Dad, Sister Nian and I are already grown up. In fact, we can solve many things on our own. Whether it's resources or weapons, we have all settled down. You, don't call Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu over anymore. Okay. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were deep and bottomless. He said in a low voice, Why? I know. You and Mom have a lot of difficulties to live in seclusion here in Phoenix City. But since you've been living in seclusion for so many years, I don't want you to be in danger anymore. I don't want others to know about your existence, including old friends like Uncle Nan. Only the secrets that you know are the real secrets. I just want you and Mom to be safe. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, now that I've grown up, I can make money. I know that I have the ability to take care of this family. You and Mom can rest in peace. Okay. Recuperate? Zhou Zhanglu frowned, keenly grasping these two words. Whether it's to rest in peace or to live in seclusion, Sister Nian Nian and I hope. You've been living in seclusion for so many years, don't let outsiders know. Uncle Wu and Uncle Nan have already come. We can't do anything about it. But in the future, we don't want you to take any more risks. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, almost pleadingly. Zhou Changlu didn't speak for a long time. With his age and experience, he naturally understood his son's intentions. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's guess was very far from the truth, Zhou Changlu's heart was still fiercely touched by his son at this moment. At this moment, there was only one feeling, and that was, this son was worth having. Gently patting Zhou Xiaoduo's hand, Zhou Changlu smiled gently and said, okay, Dad will listen to you. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and finally stood up. Why don't you give the money to your mom? Why do you want to give it to me? Zhou Changlu asked curiously. What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. It's really not easy for you. Besides, once the money is in my mom's hands, our family will be as poor as before. My mom wouldn't be willing to spend it. It's better to give it to you. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled. Besides, I'm a boy, and I always feel embarrassed talking to Mom. As for Mom, there's naturally Sister Nian Nian to win her over. Chapter 218. Ha ha ha. Zhou Changlu let out what was probably the most carefree, most comfortable laugh he had ever let out in his entire life. You brat! You have quite a lot of ideas. Not bad, not bad. Hee hee. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed embarrassedly. Zhou Changlu only felt that the mark of the great path in his body suddenly began to accelerate. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. So, this is life. He raised his head and looked at the opposite side of the desk. There was a calligraphy painting hanging there. At a glance, it seemed to be a landscape of clouds and mist, but it was flowing slowly. In the end, it would form a word. Dao. Zhou Changlu looked at the painting and said softly, Dao. This is the Dao of life. In his voice, there was happiness, relief, and slight doubt. It seemed to be saying, your so-called Dao before is wrong. That night, Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding went to bed very late. The two of them chatted softly. Zhou Changlu said to Wu Yuding in a very satisfied, very comfortable, and very happy tone, my Dao has loosened. Wu Yuding was stunned. Is that true? This time, it's really loosened. I even feel like it's cracking. This level is no longer difficult. As long as I casually rush it, I can pass it. Zhou Changlu seemed to be very satisfied. Why is that? Wu Yuding asked. You might not believe it, but at night in the study, Xiao Duo came to me. Zhou Changlu slowly told her what Zhou Xiaoduo said to him, not missing a single word. As Wu Yuding listened, she suddenly burst into laughter. This brat's guess is not bad. It's just that his direction is off. It's worlds apart from the truth. Zhou Changlu said in a deep voice, in fact, from the 2 times I asked Xiao Nan and Old Wu to come over, we should have been mentally prepared. Xiao Nian and Xiao Duo are both smart children. It would be strange if they didn't suspect anything. And Xiao Duo's direction of thinking is really not wrong. As a child, what he was most worried about was the integrity of his family, as well as peace and happiness. Connecting the dots with the past, little Nan, and Old Wu, especially their attitudes, his first suspicion was that they were hiding from their enemies due to serious injuries and the loss of their cultivation base. This was originally the most reasonable judgment. After all, he wasn't as profound as us, so he didn't have the experience and knowledge in this area. As for being heavily injured or having his cultivation sealed, that's the most logical guess we're making right now. Wu Yuding agreed. That's right. But it was the conversation between father and son yesterday that touched my Taoist heart. Zhuo Changlu stretched his limbs and lay on the bed contentedly. He said, "This is not the excitement of a breakthrough, but the happiness of a sensible child." Then, is their guess okay? It's okay. Zhuo Changlu said, "Just let them go in the direction of their guess. The road that should be paved has been paved. In the future, let's see how far these two can go by themselves." Wu Yuding snuggled in Zhuo Changlu's arms. She only felt that she was so happy. Her son and daughter were so sensible and talented, and her husband was so gentle and considerate. Suddenly, she felt that she had reached the peak of her life. What else could she ask for? She couldn't help murmuring, "It's so good. The long road, I suddenly feel that it's really good to live like this for the rest of my life." Zhuo Changlu smiled and held her arm a little tighter. He sighed and said, "Isn't it good? Perhaps these few decades will be the time when the two of us will truly enjoy life. Enjoy life. Enjoy life." Zhuo Xiaoyan had been back and forth these days. She was so busy that she had to go to Star Shield to take care of her master. She also had to deal with the Meng siblings. She came back late at night. She was exhausted. This time, Mu Yanyan was seriously injured. The physical injury was not a big deal. The most important thing was the heartache. The second senior brother, whom she had a good relationship with and took care of, turned out to be a spy of the UMNO alliance. This hit her directly to the heart. Her other three senior brothers also became silent and worried. Meng Chenyu and Zhuo Xiaoyan kept visiting, which made Mu Yanyan feel even more complicated. On one hand, she felt comforted when she saw Zhuo Xiaoyan. On the other hand, she felt disappointed and disgusted when she saw Meng Chenyu. Every time she saw Meng Chenyu, Mu Yanyan couldn't help but think of her second senior brother. They were the same. The disguise was good. Mu Yanyan, who really didn't want to see Meng Chenyu, simply ordered Meng Chenyu to go back and cultivate. She shouldn't visit if there was nothing important. This matter swept the whole Phoenix City in an instant. Including the Meng family and the Ning family, they had to be carefully investigated by Star Shield. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to visit Qin Fongyang, but he was sternly refused by Qin Fongyang. "I won't die. The only thing you need to do now is to practice hard. Suppress the accumulation. When you come back, if I don't see great progress, I will break your legs." When Zhuo Xiaoyan went home and reported Qin Fongyang's words, she didn't hide her gloating. "Dog, you need to be careful of your dog's legs. If you don't make great progress, Teacher Qin will break your legs." Zhuo Xiaoduo was stubborn. "TSK, I've made great progress, okay? You don't even know how much progress I've made. A mere great progress is nothing." In fact, he had begun to panic. He hadn't had the feeling of a breakthrough for 2 days. Could it be that the 3 drops of cooling power were really that effective? That change. It was like expanding a lake into a sea. No matter how hard he tried to absorb spiritual energy, he couldn't fill it up. This situation was completely different from before. Now I have only accumulated 25 times. I'm still a dozen times away from surpassing Nian Nian Mao. This kind of progress really can't be considered great. Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried. What should he do? That afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo absorbed more than 40 mid-grade astral souls jade, but the capacity of his dantian was still not used up. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's record, a record quietly changed to 27 days to go before Nian Nian Mao's breakthrough. In the past few days, Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortune-telling business had become more and more popular. Especially after a few people came back to thank him a few days ago, Master Zhuo's reputation had taken another step forward. He was like the sun in the sky. It was too accurate. After 7 days, Zhuxiaoduo's fortune-telling income had reached a terrifying 5 million. This time, Master Zhuo was completely arrogant. When he got home, he actually started to pay his family, the kind that was blatant. "Dad, this is your salary for the past few days." 2 million. "Mom, this is your salary for the past few days." 2 million. Zhuxiaoduo was extremely rich. "Nian Nian Mao, come and get your salary." He he. Zhuxiaonian pinned Zhuxiaoduo on the sofa with a backhand move. She twisted his hands and kneed him in the back. Then, she slowly took Zhuxiaoduo's entire card. "What's the password?" Zhuxiaonian asked. "Don't even think about it." Zhuxiaoduo would rather die than surrender. "Just give me the password and I'll take care of it for you." "Don't even think about it." "Are you going to give it to me or not?" "No." This time, Zhuxiaoduo showed a never-before-seen stubbornness. Regardless of Zhuxiaonian's torture, threats, and promises, he was still unyielding. "You want my life? Easy. You want my money? Impossible." When it came to the sovereignty of one's life, Zhuxiaoduo would not give in. "Zhuxiaonian, Zhuxiaonua," cried out. Wu Yuting sighed. She felt that her daughter was really stupid. She wanted a man to hand over the password, but she actually beat him up. She was too inexperienced in life. Her EQ had been dragged down to the bottom. "Nian Nian, since Xiao Duo doesn't want to give it to you, then forget it. What you're doing is wrong." Wu Yuting hinted with a double meaning. Zhuxiaonian rolled her eyes and let go of Zhuxiaoduo. She asked in a low voice, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give it to me or not?" "No." Zhuxiaoduo was furious. He stomped his feet. His tone was firm and resolute. There was no room for discussion. "Forget it if you don't want to give it to me," Zhuxiaonian said in a lonely voice. She said lightly, "It's not like I don't have money. Why do I need you to give me a salary?" After that, she turned around and went back to eat. Zhuxiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief and went back to eat as well. Zhuxiaonian had only eaten 2 mouthfuls when her eyes suddenly turned red. Tears fell from her eyes. Zhuxiaoduo was shocked when he saw this. His heart suddenly thumped. All that was left in him was heartache. Zhuxiaonian ate 2 more mouthfuls. Her eyes turned even redder, and her tears fell directly. Zhuxiaoduo could not sit still. He hurriedly leaned over and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Zhuxiaonian ignored him completely. She twisted her waist and turned her head. Suddenly, she covered her face and started sobbing. "Why? Are you crying?" Zhuxiaoduo was anxious. "What's going on?" Zhuxiaonian just ignored him. She cried harder and harder. More and more tears fell. Zhuxiaoduo said tentatively, "It's not like I can't give you my password. If you really want it." He thought to himself, "If you want my password, I'll definitely not give it to you." Zhuxiaonian just cried and completely ignored him. She did not even talk about the password. In the end, she just put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. After a long time, she stood up and quietly walked to her room. Zhuxiaoduo was stunned. "You're not eating." Zhuxiaonian acted as if she did not hear him. She walked into her room and slammed the door. Zhuxiaoduo was restless. He was only half full, but he felt like he could not eat anymore. He said anxiously, "Dad, Mom, look." "What's wrong?" Zhuochanglu rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Wu Yuting sighed and said, "You brat, what you did today was too out of line. Your sister Nian Nian's background is pitiful. You gave us money so openly and said it was salary. You must have reminded her of something sad." Sigh, poor child. Zhuxiaoduo's heart suddenly ached. Yes, Nian Nian was so pitiful. Chapter 219. Zhuxiaoduo sat at the dining table, unable to eat. He thought for a while and said, "No, I have to go take a look." He walked to Zhuo Xiaonian's door and knocked gently. "Sister Nian Nian, open the door." Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu looked at each other. Zhuo Changlu looked helpless. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't open the door. Zhuo Xiaoduo begged, but Zhuo Xiaonian insisted. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to force the door open, but Zhuo Xiaonian resisted and cried, "I won't let you in." Zhuo Xiaoduo was already sweating profusely. "If you let me in, I'll tell you the password." "Who cares about your password?" Zhuo Xiaonian said angrily, "I can earn my own money. Do you think I can earn less than you? You've been eating my food for so many years. Do you think I care about your money?" After saying that, she cried even more bitterly and fiercely. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt extremely guilty. His guilt was bursting through the roof. Yes, hadn't Nian Nian been secretly giving him money to spend all these years? Sigh. "Even if you don't want it, I'll give it to you." Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted. "I don't want it. I'm begging you. Just take my password." Zhuo Xiaoduo begged a dozen times. The door opened quietly. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at him with red eyes. Her lips were swollen from crying. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly handed over his bank card. "Sister Nian Nian, don't cry. Here, here. Even though you don't have it. Hee, you still have Dad, Mom, and me. The password is 00902. It's your birthday. Hee. I don't want it. No, no. I don't want it. I'm begging you, please take it." "Humph. I still don't want it." "Ah. Woof woof. Sister Nian Nian, take it, woof woof woof. Woof woof." Zhuo Xiaoduo moved closer and said with a drooling face, "Woof woof. Woof woof woof." Zhuo Xiaonian smiled through her tears, "What a shame. Hee. It's better if you take the card." Zhuo Xiaonian bit her lips and said, "I don't really want you. I just need to know the password." "Ah. All right. Can you come back and eat some more?" Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Zhuo Xiaonian over to the dining table with great care. He picked up the chopsticks and wiped them clean before handing them over. He then scooped a bowl of soup and placed it beside her. Following that, he picked up more food and served her attentively as if there was no one else around. "Sister Nian Nian, eat this. Eat this." Zhuo Xiaonian lowered her head as if she was still feeling a little down. However, she still picked up the chopsticks and ate in small bites. Zhuo Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a sense of hunger in his heart again. He started to eat and drink as much as he could. His appetite was even better than usual. When Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't paying attention, Zhuo Xiaonian gently made a victory sign to Wu Yuding with her right hand. Pfft. Wu Yuding choked and immediately started coughing. Zhuo Changlu, who was beside her, looked as if he couldn't bear to look back. Looking at his son who was begging her to accept his bank password and still had a sense of accomplishment and relief, he deeply felt that this world was indeed not a world dominated by men. Or perhaps, men dominated the world, and women indirectly dominated the world through dominating men. After Zhuo Xiaoduo finished his meal, he coaxed Zhuo Xiaonian for a while before he was relieved. He was extremely gentle and caring towards her. After that, he begged Zhuo Xiaonian to accompany him to practice martial arts and hidden weapons. Zhuo Xiaonian coldly agreed. Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually very happy. They practiced until 1:30 in the morning. The three small gourds flew 200 meters and landed on a large tree that required two people to wrap their arms around. The landing point was right in the center of the 3 by dots that Zhuo Xiaonian had drawn with chalk. It was a perfect hit. Zhuo Xiaonian turned around and looked behind the tree. She nodded in satisfaction and confirmed that the gourds didn't break through. She then cut the tree and found the 3 small gourds at a third of the tree. "Your control is not enough," Zhuo Xiaonian said with a cold face, my request is for you to break through half of the gourds and then deviate the trajectory to destroy the target's meridians as much as possible. You've broken through 2/3 of the tree and deviated the trajectory a little, so you can't achieve the damage you want. Whether it's the target's injury or your own judgment of the target's injury, there's a considerable amount of deviation. If it's an actual battle, the target seems to have been hit but actually has the ability to fight back. You may be in danger because of your misjudgment. Zhou Xiaoduo came over to take a look and nodded. Zhou Xiaonian's words were not nitpicking, but penetrating insight. Fine of 500 yuan. 10 more times. Zhou Xiaonian said. Okay. A few minutes later. Hit a third of the way through. Shoot all 3 at once. The one on the left will go straight through, the one in the middle will deviate to the left by 10 centimeters, and the one on the right will deviate to the right by 5 centimeters before changing to the front by 5 centimeters. One more time. Punch through 2/3 of the one on the left, 10 centimeters to the right. Punch through 1/3 of the one in the middle, 10 centimeters to the right. Punch through 4/5 of the one on the right, 3 centimeters to the left. Zhou Xiaonian made all kinds of strange requests, and Zhou Xiaoduo did them one by one. The punishment was simple. If he failed the first time, he would transfer 100 yuan to Zhou Xiaonian. The second time, he would transfer 500 yuan to Zhou Xiaonian. The third time, 1,000 yuan. The fourth time, 1,500 yuan. The fifth time, 2,000 yuan. The sixth time, 3,000 yuan. The seventh time, 5,000 yuan. The eighth time, 10,000 yuan. The ninth time, 15,000 yuan. The 10th time, 20,000 yuan. This punishment was proposed by Zhou Xiaonian. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had just made Zhou Xiaonian cry, didn't dare to say no. He made the decision on the spot. They trained for the whole night, until 2:00 in the morning. Zhou Xiaonian took out her phone and entered Zhou Xiaoduo's bank password to check the current balance. The balance is 736 yuan. That's all for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow. Zhou Xiaonian was very happy. Let's go, doggy. Let's go home. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was grief-stricken. He still couldn't understand. How did the rhythm of things suddenly change to this point? Ever since the situation at the dinner table changed, he had been on the decline. He was on the verge of collapse, and things couldn't be stopped. He had been defeated all the way until now. Damn, why did I agree to this kind of training method? Even if I get a crown prince to be my training partner, it won't cost 5 million yuan for a night. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that there was something wrong with his brain. I spent 5 million yuan for a night? Damn. My father isn't the richest man in the world, and my family doesn't have a mine. How did I spend 5 million yuan for a night? This reality made Mr. Zhou, who had always been stingy and greedy for money, almost pass out. He didn't feel it when he was training, but now that he saw the money flowing in, he couldn't help but be shocked. How did he spend so much? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhou Xiaoduo sucked in cold air along the way. His heart ached indescribably. When I, Zhou Xiaoduo, went home this afternoon, I had a huge sum of 5,500,000 on my card. After a meal, I still had 5 million yuan on my card. After a night of training, I still had 736 yuan on my card. This money was really spent quickly. And the most amazing thing was that I didn't spend it at all. I didn't even buy a piece of candy. Doggy. Zhou Xiaonian's mood had completely turned for the better. She said, actually, you don't have to look so sad. I'll give you a chance to earn it back. Earn it back? How do I earn it back? Zhou Xiaoduo was heartbroken. In the future, when you train, I'll set a goal for you. If you meet my requirements on the first try, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. If you meet the second and third time accurately, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. We have a lot of training methods. If you can meet the first 3 times accurately, you can earn more than 1 billion yuan. Zhou Xiaoyan said. More than 1 billion yuan. Zhou Xiaoduo's breathing became a little rapid. Really? Of course. But do you have that much money? Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly thought of another important point. His face was full of doubts. That's none of your business. Zhou Xiaoyan said, as long as you can do it, I won't go back on my word. It's a deal. Promise is a promise. Okay. Just wait and see. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that his whole body was full of fighting spirit. If that's the case, the small amount of money I gave you today is just a temporary deposit. When I master the hidden weapon, I'll even win your dowry. Wahahaha. Then you have to work hard. The training will continue tomorrow night. But if you don't have money, I won't play with you anymore. In short, if you have money, we'll continue. If you don't have money, then don't talk about it. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. No problem. Zhou Xiaoduo was full of confidence. He had a lot of customers coming to his door. He was always rich. Do you think I'm short of money? What a joke. In these 7 days, Zhou Xiaoduo was working hard to improve his cultivation. Phoenix City was turned upside down several times. Not a single person with a cultivation base was left out. All of them were checked thoroughly. Don't go. If you don't go, you're a spy. You'll be wanted. With such a strong force, many of the UMNO Alliance's spies were caught. Even the Ning family and the Meng family had many suspects arrested. Jiang Wenzhou was in charge here. The experts of the Star Shield General Administration of the Central Plains came in large numbers. Their combat power was unprecedented. No one dared to act rashly. The director of the Star Shield General Administration of the Phoenix City, Jiang Zhongbin, was suspended. The Yang family of the Central Plains came from afar to bury Yang Yu. All 98 members of the Star Shield General Administration of the Dragon Blood team came to see their brother off. Their white robes fluttered in the sky above Phoenix City. The funerals of the 2 soul transformation experts were also held at the same time. It was also at this moment that Phoenix City finally became the focus of the entire Central Plains. After the funerals, 2 members of the Dragon Blood team stayed. One was Han Song, and the other was an expert of the Yang family. Obviously, they planned to continue to monitor the movements in Phoenix City. Since the left assistant Star Master appeared here, there must be someone he wants to help. There must be a reason why Sha Pe and Lang are gathered in Phoenix City. We have to put an end to the whole thing. We have to avenge Yang Yu. An unprecedented pressure descended upon Phoenix City like dark clouds covering the sky. All the martial arts schools in the city, without exception, were inspected once again. Chapter 220. The entire Phoenix City was trembling with fear, and no one dared to make a move. In a real sense, the city had never experienced peace for many years. Everyone, regardless of whether they were martial artists or ordinary people, was living with their tails between their legs. They were afraid that they would be caught by the Star Shield General Administration if they were not careful. Now, because of the death of the Dragon Blood team, the Star Shield General Administration was like a hungry wolf, looking at everyone with evil intentions. At this time, no one wanted to look for trouble. If something went wrong, it was their own bad luck. On the 6th day, Qin Fangyang returned to the second high school with Sister Lan. Although the 2 of them were still a little weak, their injuries had recovered 80 to 90%. There was no major problem. After all, they were nascent soul powerhouses. After receiving the best treatment, they could recover quickly. Mu Yanyan and her 3 fellow apprentices, who had also recovered from their injuries, still felt ashamed. There was a traitor on their side, who directly led to the death of Yang Yu. If they did not give a proper explanation, it would be inexcusable. For this reason, Mu Yanyan and her fellow apprentices reported this matter to the higher-ups of the Kunlun Taoist sect. The sect was also collectively shocked. For this reason, they paid a considerable amount of compensation. After all, Duan Tianyu's betrayal caused such a serious problem. The Kunlun Taoist sect could not absolve themselves from the blame. Zhou Xiaoduo found that his current situation seemed to be a little tragic. Ever since he started reading fortunes at the entrance of the school, it was probably on the third day that the refreshing feeling came one after another. Although the points given for reading a person were not many, at most half a drop, 1/3 of a drop, 1/10 of a drop, it was still extraordinary. But there were so many people, and the base number was amazing. At least 1 point of cooling power could be earned in a day. With the continuous arrival of the cooling power, his dantian naturally continued to expand, and so did his meridians. For a time, no matter how hard he cultivated and absorbed a lot of astral soul's jade, he did not have the restless feeling of breaking through the suppression for a long time. Although his luck points had increased and money kept coming in, the feeling of his cultivation never being able to fill it up made Zhou Xiaoduo anxious. No, it was only a few days before Nian Cat's breakthrough. What if he could not break through the current barrier before then? The first thing Qin Fangyang did when he returned to school was to ask Zhou Xiaoduo, "How's the situation these few days?" Zhou Xiaoduo's head drooped. "No progress for now." "How many times?" "It was fine in the first few days, but in the last 4 or 5 days, it hasn't happened even once." "Not even once?" Qin Fangyang nodded, his face showing a hint of anger. With a bang, Zhou Xiaoduo turned into a rolling gourd. "Not even once. What have you been doing these days? Don't you know that the path of cultivation is like sailing against the current? If you don't advance, you'll fall behind." What Mr. Qin said was the truth. Cultivators were most afraid of slacking off. Once they slacked off, they would not be able to adjust and consolidate their current state. Stagnation and even regression were common cases. A week before his accident, Zhou Xiaoduo had worked so hard to suppress it. Now that a week had passed, he didn't feel anything. Of course, he wasn't working hard. What other explanation could there be? Qin Fangyang didn't care about Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation. He put down the north and south beating things and beat him up. "I'm telling you, if you're overtaken by Wanli Xiao and Long Yusheng, I'll wait for the day you call them Brother Long and Sister Xiao." Qin Fangyang said fiercely, "From tomorrow onwards, your basic weight will be doubled. Every day, you'll have to carry 2,500 kilograms to and from class. When you're reading fortunes, you'll have to carry 2,500 kilograms on your back. Your left leg in the morning, your right leg in the afternoon, and your shoes in the afternoon." Zhou Xiaoduo lowered his head submissively and agreed one by one like a bullied little wife. His cultivation progress wasn't fast, and his words weren't firm either. Well, there was one more important thing that had come to an end. Zhou Xiaonian and Zhou Xiaoduo's swords were all finished. Especially Zhou Xiaonian. Not only the sword, but the scabbard was also completed. Zhou Xiaonian loved the Sword of Hope so much that she couldn't put it down. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. The sword was pure white and crystal clear. At first glance, it didn't look like a murder weapon at all. Instead, it looked more like a work of art. The scabbard was grayish-white and looked extremely inconspicuous. However, as long as one held it in their hands, they could feel a cold spiritual energy flowing into their hands, constantly nourishing their cultivation and soul. The design of the scabbard was a phoenix spreading its wings. The wings on both sides were connected to form a sword guard. The phoenix wings weren't very eye-catching, but on one side, there was a cute puppy hugging the phoenix wings with its 2 little paws. It raised its head and stuck out its little tongue, looking charmingly naive. Actually, my favorite part of this sword are these 2 puppies. They're so cute, I like them so much. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaonian loved the sword so much that she couldn't put it down. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, rolled his eyes wildly and didn't care about it at all. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoduo's sword could only be described in one word: thin. Then, it was light. The whole sword was no different from a piece of paper. Even the scabbard was twice as thin as an ordinary scabbard. The main material of this sword is true gold above clouds. It's 3 feet long and weighs 434 grams. In terms of sharpness, it can be called the best sword in the world. This was Wu Tiejiang's evaluation of the sword. The best sword in the world. When Zhuo Changlu brought the 2 swords home, Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo almost went crazy when they saw them. These are the swords for both of you. Give each of them a name you like. Zhuo Changlu said with a smile. Okay. Does it sound bad to call my sword Doggy's sword? Zhuo Xiaonian frowned and couldn't quite make up her mind. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. It definitely doesn't sound good, right? A girl's sword is called Doggy's sword. What are you thinking? There's something wrong with your brain. Zhuo Xiaonian racked her brains. Doggy's sword. Doggy's sword. Doggy's sword. Doggy's sword. No, no. Wu Yuting said from the side, how about Spirit Snatcher's sword? It has the homonym of Xiao Duo's name and the spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. I think it's pretty good. Spirit Snatcher's spirit and the names of the 2 are combined. Spirit Snatcher's sword. Spirit Snatcher's sword. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes lit up as she read. Good name, good name. Thank you, Mom. Thus, the name of the sword was decided. Spirit Snatcher's sword. At the moment of naming the sword, Zhuo Xiaonian gently cut her wrist with the sword edge. Blood immediately gushed out and slowly poured into the sword. A ray of blood flowed on the sword for a moment. Suddenly, smoke rose and disappeared. On the sword, there were 2 more words faintly. Spirit Snatcher. The divine sword recognized its master. After recognizing its master, the dazzling light overflowing from the sword began to slowly disappear. In the end, it disappeared completely. Then what should I call my sword? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, this sword is light and thin, exquisite, sharp, and beautiful. It's very uncomfortable to be hit by it. It's either bleeding or losing your life. It's very dangerous. It's dangerous and elegant. Just like an elegant cat. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, why don't I call my sword the cat's sword? Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, the spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts and the cat of the cat. How nice. Zhuo Xiaonian was furious. Zhuo Xiaoduo. You. But it was too late. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo finished speaking, he immediately cut his wrist. Blood gushed out. Then, 2 small words appeared on the sword, cat's sword. Zhuo Xiaonian was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Let's go. I'll bring you out to practice. Zhuo Xiaonian dragged Zhuo Xiaoduo out. For the entire night, Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost beaten into a sack by Zhuo Xiaonian. However, the name Spirit Cat's Sword was an unchangeable fact. Regarding this, Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed that he was willing to be drilled. During this period of time, the number of meetings at Meng's headquarters increased. Too many things have happened in the past 8 days. Meng Qintian's face was extremely gloomy. His previous handsome and elegant demeanor was almost gone. On the 2nd day, the warehouse in the Jing City branch caught on fire. All the goods were destroyed. On the same night, the 40 carts of goods that the Kaizhou branch was transporting to the city were attacked by starbeasts. None of the elites that accompanied them survived. On the 3rd day, the general manager of the Yuzhou branch had a stroke and died. The finance manager and a few accountants ran away with the money. They were ambushed on the way and died. However, they could not recover the money that they lost. On the 4th day, 7 branches were attacked at the same time. They were either killed, caught on fire, or met with thieves. One of the branches was sealed by the government. They were not allowed to open their doors. All the goods inside were confiscated. On the 5th day, 2 film companies under the Meng's umbrella were attacked. They were involved in tax evasion. They were shut down and their accounts were frozen. The most infuriating thing was that one of the directors of the film company was arrested and killed a tax official. This caused a huge uproar. Their artists were exposed to gambling. All their film projects were stopped and all the dramas that had been released were banned. On the 6th day. On the 7th day. Just today, just now. We received news that the 400,000 tons of snowflake cotton stored in the Tianzhou branch had spontaneously combusted. It caused a huge fire in half of the surrounding city. Meng Qintian looked at the report and said softly, in the past 8 days, just the monetary loss alone is more than 50 billion. And that's not even taking into account the consequences. These things happened one after another. There must be something fishy going on. Meng Tianyue frowned and said, any one of these incidents is something that has never happened in the history of the Meng's organization. Now that everything has happened in the past 8 days, it is not something that can be described as fishy. There must be a huge reason behind it. As they were talking, the phone on the table rang. Chapter 221. Meng Tianyue was stunned. For the past few days, she had been receiving calls from him and nothing good had happened. This had caused her to develop a phobia towards the phone. Pick it up. I don't think it's anything good. Meng Qintian sighed. Meng Tianyue picked it up. Boss Meng, just now, the 17th young master had a heart attack. The voice from the other side of the phone made Meng Tianyue's heart twitch. Before the other side could finish, she said, I know, you guys deal with it. Putting down the phone, Meng Tianyue's expression was strange. The 17th young master died of a heart attack in Izhou. Meng Qintian's eyes were gloomy, and the elegance he once had was gone. The deceased mentioned on the phone was Meng Tianyue's 17th son. Although his cultivation talent was not good, he was quite talented in business. He was in charge of the business for the Meng Corporation and could be called a capable person, an elite in the business world. Now, he was gone just like that. On the other side, Ning Suifeng, who had been standing in front of the window and looking out in a trance, said with a bleak expression, if I say that your family is stronger than mine, will you and your father think that I'm gloating? Oh? As of today, 13 people of the Ning bloodline have died. The reasons are different, but there were no signs of it. There's also a village that was affected in the battle between Jiang Zhongbin and Shang Qingyun. All of them died, and no one survived. Ning Suifeng sighed deeply. In just these few days, the Ning clan has received news of deaths one after another. The clan's business has been robbed, intercepted, set on fire, and escaped. There is no lack of either. Just this morning, 2 pregnant women in the family had miscarriages. Ning Suifeng said, I think there must be a huge problem with the feng shui of the ancestral house. Previously, there must be some insidious means involved in the incident of Wenshui West. It's just that we can't see it. Meng Qintian and Meng Tianyue nodded at the same time. Yes, we think so too. Now, we have to discuss a solution. We can't continue like this. If it continues, our 2 families will be finished. Ning Suifeng's expression was solemn. Find another Qi watcher and investigate carefully. Meng Qintian said. If it really doesn't work, we'll flatten both the east and west mountains. Ning Suifeng's face was gloomy. Even if we have to destroy Phoenix City's thousands of years of history, our 2 families can't just wait for death. As long as the feng shui layout on the outside is broken, the schemes inside will naturally vanish. Meng Qintian flatly said, no. You can't. Ning Suifeng said angrily, now, both our clans are at the point of life and death. If we don't advance, we'll die. What else can't we do? Meng Qintian said gloomily, who dares to break the feng shui of heaven and earth that has lasted for tens of thousands of years? Who dares to act recklessly? I dare. Ning Suifeng said. If you dare, then you are courting death. Meng Qintian's eyes were cold. Whoever breaks it will die. His tone became heavier as he said word by word, right now, whoever dares to touch Phoenix City's feng shui will be doomed eternally, much less completely. I've already warned you beforehand. If anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng both frowned. Chen Tian, now is a matter of life and death for both our clans. The entire Meng group, the entire Ning family. Ning Suifeng said gloomily, are they not as important as Zhao's phoenix vein? Zhao's phoenix vein? Meng Chen sneered. What do you mean by Zhao's phoenix vein? This is a big move that has been gestating for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the phoenix vein, one or two of your clans are the ones who are insignificant and extremely shallow. One or two clans were insignificant compared to the phoenix vein. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were speechless for a long time. The two clans were related to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. How was it extremely shallow? Was it really insignificant? Meng Tianyue's face was gloomy as she muttered, speaking of breaking this feng shui layout, there are ways to go about it. The other party changed the flow of the water because they want to protect the spiritual thought goddess and let the phoenix pulse succeed. In other words, as long as the spiritual thought goddess is killed, this layout will be broken. Meng Tianyue said coldly, with the strength of our two clans, killing the spiritual thought goddess is not a big deal. Meng Chen immediately objected. No. No? The two clan leaders turned their heads at the same time and blurted out in surprise. They could not move the feng shui layout, but they could not kill the spiritual thought goddess. How could they do that? Of course not. The spiritual thought goddess is the key figure in this Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing. She can't die. She must die, but she must die on the day of the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing. We can only kill her when the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing happens. If we act in advance, the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing will go into hibernation with the death of the spiritual thought goddess. We can't take this risk no matter what. Meng Chen said sternly, we've been planning for decades just for this day. Who dares to kill the spiritual thought goddess before the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing happens? Ning Suifeng said coldly, but I don't care about these decades of planning. The current crisis of the Ning clan is the most important thing. It's something I have to face. Clan leader Ning wants to try. Meng Chen stood up slowly and looked at Ning Suifeng like a viper. Ning Suifeng's face showed anger, and he glared at Meng Chen. Meng Tianyue hurriedly interrupted and said, the two clans are facing a crisis together. We should work together and help each other. Why do we have to fight against each other? Let's think of other ways to deal with the crisis. Isn't there a rumor recently that Zhou Xiaoduo has been telling fortunes at the gate of second middle school every day, and the response is extremely enthusiastic? This kid was just an ordinary person before. How did he suddenly become so proficient in this field? Could it be that he was the one who set up this layout? Other than him, I can't think of anyone else. If He Yuanyue wanted to destroy it, she could have done it decades ago. There's no need to wait until today. Meng Chen said gloomily, maybe we have always underestimated this little guy. I didn't expect this little guy to be the biggest troublemaker in this game. Ning Suifeng grinned and said, we can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, but can't we kill Zhou Xiaoduo? Meng Chen sneered and said, kill Zhou Xiaoduo? Now, everything is almost clear. The defeat of our two clans is most likely set up by Zhou Xiaoduo. And other than him, no one else will know more about this game. If you kill him, who will be the one to break this trap? Ning Suifeng was furious, we can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, Zhou Xiaoduo, and feng shui can't be broken. Are we just going to wait for death? Tomorrow morning. Meng Chen said lightly, I'll go and find Zhou Xiaoduo to test it out. And that little girl from the Bai clan, ask her to give up. Even if her clan gets the benefits for free, we can't do anything for the time being. Previously, we wanted to kill Zhou Xiaoduo, so we could do it. But now, Zhou Xiaoduo can't die for the time being. Give up. Immediately. His sharp eyes flashed past Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng, I've already explained the pros and cons. The two of you, please don't act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences will be worse. I've already said this. Meng Qianyue's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. Ning Suifeng grunted coldly before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Meng Qiantian's eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Ning Suifeng's back. The hostility in his eyes could no longer be controlled. Qiantian. Meng Tianyue said softly, can you think of a way to protect the Meng clan? Meng Qiantian nodded slowly and said, protecting the Meng clan is a must. But you must remember, no matter what, you can't do anything to the spiritual thought goddess. I know. Zhou Changlu opened the door as usual in the early morning. Not long after, Blind Hong came. Old Zhou, is the child here? Blind Hong's voice sounded unusually panicked. Zhou Changlu looked back and couldn't help but be shocked. Old Hong, what happened to you? Blind Hong's whole body was in a shriveled state. More than half of the hair on his head had fallen off. Even the exposed part of his scalp was covered with lifeless age spots. He looked as if he was going to close his eyes and die in the next moment. Zhou Changlu was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the fuck? Did I give him a life-prolonging pill or poison to take his life? He had clearly eaten a priceless life-continuing pill not long ago. Although the effects of the pill had been greatly reduced and he had even lost a portion of it, it was still not a problem for him to live for a few more decades. But now, why did he look so much older than when he had not taken the pill? What the fuck? Don't mention it, this is fate. Blind Hong's face was haggard. He looked very depressed and said, Heaven's way of reincarnation, my retribution has come. Retribution? Zhou Changlu was a little puzzled. When I first came to Phoenix City, I was already being watched. Then, he offered me a huge sum of money to let me see the trend of Phoenix City's earth veins. He said that I must find something. Because he felt that there was a big secret hidden in Phoenix City. Back then, on one hand, I was forced by the other party's force. On the other hand, because of the 3 words big secret, my curiosity was aroused. After looking around, I found that there was actually a hidden phoenix vein in this place. And it was a phoenix vein that was about to be born. At that time, after I confirmed this result, I was quite frightened. This was the arrangement of Heaven's way, and it was related to the fate of this world. I was just a chi diviner. Wouldn't I be offending Heaven's power if I took a peek? But I had already received a huge sum of money from the other party and formed karma. Moreover, there was a threat to my life. How could I not say it? How could I not say it? So I said it. At that time, I was still thinking that with the heavenly fate vitality replenishing technique that I cultivated, even if I lost some of my lifespan this time, I would be able to recover it. Chapter 222. But in the end, I underestimated the backlash of angering the heavenly might. When I told the whole story, the backlash of the heavenly way descended. Not only did it extract half of my lifespan, but it also directly crippled my heavenly fate energy supplement technique. Even 70 to 80% of my Taoist foundation was destroyed. Blind Hong sighed with melancholy. From then on, I already knew that I had revealed too much of the heavenly way this time. I had greatly angered the heavenly way. And more than 20 years ago, I looked at the feng shui for the Meng family and the Ning family. The original intention of these 2 families was to welcome the birth of the phoenix soul. However, the moment the phoenix soul appeared in the world was the moment I was completely punished for participating in the scheme against the phoenix soul. Naturally, I didn't want to see it. But when I thought of the fury of the heavenly way and the power of the backlash of the heavenly way, it still made me feel lingering fear. However, it also aroused my rebellious heart. Since I was destined to rebel, I thought that if I did the opposite, I might be able to have a happy ending. But I didn't expect that after I saw it, both my eyes were blinded. But under my guidance, the feng shui of the Ning family and the Meng family had already taken shape and embarked on the path of leading the phoenix to extinguish the wind. But recently, I don't know who not only saw through my layout, but also used the foundation of the feng shui that I had set up to take advantage of the situation. He went against death and came back to life. He completely reversed the foundation of the array. Blind Hong pursed his lips and sighed. The person who reversed the layout has a clever mind. The size of the layout, the viciousness of his thinking, the secrecy of the layout, and the ruthlessness of his actions. I have never seen anything like this in my life. We are all people who set up the layout. My layout was broken by him, and what he broke was a layout that went against the heavenly way. As the person who set up the layout, I naturally bear the brunt of the backlash. Blind Hong sighed. This is all fate. Old Zhua. This is probably the so-called the will of the heavenly way cannot be defied. It's true. You changed the things that the heavenly way had set up. It said that man can conquer the heavenly way. But no matter how much time has passed, he can still twist it back to its original path. And the time, the experience, the fate that was reversed will all turn into a backlash. Blind Hong's expression was bleak. In these short 7 to 8 days, I can feel that my life is rapidly being sucked away. Tears appeared in Blind's eyes. I don't even dare to sleep now. Old Zhua. Can you imagine? When I wake up from my sleep, I'll lose at least 10 years of my life. Zhua Changlu's mouth twitched. A few days ago, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian had been talking about changing their fates at home. They had asked Mu Yanyan and the others to help them. Although Zhua Changlu only knew the general idea, he knew the reason behind it. He had painstakingly begged for the life-continuing pill and gave it to the blind man, hoping that it would increase his lifespan by 100 years. In the end, his son only used 7 or 8 days to suck away all of the lifespan that the blind man had painstakingly increased, and even more. For a moment, Zhua Changlu couldn't help but recall what Blind Hong had said earlier, heaven's will cannot be defied. Could it be that heaven's will really cannot be defied? No matter how hard one tried, there would always be other accidents that would disrupt one's well-planned plans, erase all of one's efforts, and return everything to its original path. You. How are you now? Zhua Changlu felt that he didn't know how to speak anymore. Now. Blind Hong laughed bitterly and said, my lifespan is really running out this time. And the backlash this time is so severe that I have never seen it before. In this lifetime, I have become a Qi diviner and come to Phoenix City to observe the feng shui. This is definitely the biggest mistake I have ever made in my life. And the most unlucky thing of all. Heavens will reincarnate. Today, it's my turn. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not the time yet. This Phoenix City's feng shui was originally following the will of the heavens, but I forcefully changed it to defy the will of the heavens. Later on, it was reversed by someone else. The cause and effect of this is something that I cannot bear alone. Too much for me to bear. What does that mean? It means that this karma will fall upon my reincarnation. Blind Hong stomped his feet and sighed. I will have to bear this backlash for the rest of my life, and I don't know when it will end. At the very least, I will have to bear it. Until a long time after the heavenly Tao is formed. Upon hearing this, Zhua Changlu's eyes lit up. This. What do you mean? I don't know the specifics. The only thing I can be sure of is that this time, the backlash from the primordial soul and the true spirit linking karma is destined to happen, and it can't be avoided. Blind Hong wanted to cry but had no tears. Although I don't know what my next life will be, I can tell you now. In my next life, I will have to repay the debt of this life. Until I have done so. What do you think this is? Zhua Changlu didn't understand. Then why did you come to see my son? Blind Hong grabbed Zhua Zhanglu's hand and said softly, Brother Zhua, you've helped me a lot in this life. You've taken care of me a lot. If it weren't for the beneficial spiritual tea you gave me that day and replenished my lifespan, I would have died a long time ago. However, Blind Hong, haven't given you anything in return. How can I be so thick-skinned as to say that you're my brother? The only thing I can do is to look into the future for your descendant. With my spirit as a guide, I can look into his future. This is also the last thing I can do for you in this life. If I die with so much debt, Blind Hong, will not die in peace. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he made up his mind and made an important decision. Blind, how much longer do you have? Not much longer. Blind Hong said sadly, Blind Hong, am all alone in this life. I intend to deceive the heavens and steal from the world. It is only natural that I will be punished by the heavens. I have no complaints, and I have nothing to worry about. The only thing I care about is your brother, old Zhua. All alone in this life. All alone in this life. Zhuo Changlu murmured. Then, he said, have a sip of tea here and rest your mind. I will call that little guy to come. He will let Brother Hong fulfill your last wish and pass away in peace. He grabbed Blind Hong's hand. Brother, you and I have been friends all our lives. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. You must remember. I am only here because your surname is Hong. You are Blind Hong. And you are here because my surname is Zhua. We are like-minded. There is nothing else. Like-minded. Blind Hong choked with sobs. Thank you. Zhuo Changlu took out his phone and called Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to enter the gravity room when he received the call. It was common for Mother Zhua and Zhuo Xiaonian to call him. However, it was extremely rare for Father Zhua to call him. He did not know what had happened, so he rushed over in a hurry. It did not take him more than a few minutes to step into Zhuo Changlu's Astral Soul's stone shop. Father, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought it was something big, but when he came over to take a look, he saw Zhuo Zhanglu sitting leisurely with Blind Hong and drinking tea. He couldn't help but feel surprised. What was going on? This is your Uncle Hong. You have met him before. However, we were in a hurry last time and did not have the time to formally introduce you. This time, I will make up for it. Zhuo Changlu said solemnly, your Uncle Hong is the #1 Qi Watcher in Phoenix City. At the same time, he is also the #1 Qi Watcher in the Central Plains. He called you here because he wants to read your fate. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know what was going on. He hurriedly bowed. Hello, Uncle Hong. Good. Blind Hong smiled kindly. You are Zhuo Xiaoduo? Good child. Child, come here. Sit here and don't move. Blind Hong placed a small stool 3 feet in front of him. Okay. At this moment, Blind Hong completely closed his 2 blind eyes. His entire body was like a piece of rotten wood. There was no sign of life in him at all. However, just when Zhuo Xiaoduo could not sit still anymore, a green light suddenly flashed from Blind Hong's forehead on his wrinkled face. After a while, the green light formed an illusory object that looked like an eye on his forehead. As far as the eye could see, it was more like an eye formed by a cloud of fog. Blind Hong's voice sounded faintly. Old Zhua, this is the last step of my true spirit aura observation technique. It has never been activated or used before. True spirit aura observation technique. All Qi Watchers who cultivate the true spirit aura observation technique only have one chance to use it in their lives. From now on, you must remember every word that I say. Zhuo Changlu's expression became serious. The hazy eye formed by the fog suddenly opened and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. The moment he looked at it, Blind Hong's face was full of shock and astonishment. In his illusory eye, he clearly saw a cloud of green qi and a cloud of purple qi intertwining with each other and rushing straight toward the 9 heavens imperial court. Dragons hide and phoenixes soar in a corner, wind and clouds soar together in one night. With a flip of my hand, I picked up the tears of 1,000 souls and stepped out of the white bone peak, seeking Tao. The mortal world has no master, but once the phoenix cries, the central plains will turn red, torrential waves of blood connect the land, and ghosts will shock heaven and earth for thousands of miles. Heterodox demons walk the path of wind and clouds, and drink green blood toward the sky. Sweeping away all the obstacles in front, and hammering the central plains and eastern pass, Fangyang's purple soul soars into the sky, and his eyes are filled with murderous intent, at the intersection of firmness and softness, true emotions and true nature. Not believing in the yin and yang of the human world, he coldly looks at the mortal world and breaks through the northern underworld. A thought always stays in his heart, and two feelings depend on each other in the 9 heavens, never. Believing that the heavens have a master, he hammered the sun and moon towards the east. Monstrous waves of blood rise with one hand, and bones are everywhere. 1 foot is empty, this life is endless. Blind Hong's expression became more and more serious, surprised and shocked. However, every word that came out of his mouth was still clear and calm. However, just as he said the words "this life is endless," he suddenly gurgled in his throat and his eyes bulged out in anger. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for subscriptions. Begging for recommendation votes. Brothers, help heterodox. Chapter 223. Blind Hong's old face flushed red. Then, the eyes formed by the smoke suddenly disappeared without a trace. With a puff, Blind Hong spat out a big mouthful of blood. His entire body fell from the sky. He was still unconscious. His whole body was twitching non-stop. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. He couldn't catch his breath and was about to die. Zhuo Zhonglu reacted quickly and supported Blind Hong's body. Then, he threw an elixir into Blind Hong's mouth. After that, he brought over the 3,000-year-old ginseng tea that he had brewed earlier. Then, he poured the tea directly into Blind Hong's mouth. Then, he started to push Blind Hong's blood. "Come and help me too." Zhuo Changlu was obviously afraid that he wouldn't be able to activate the blood vessels with his own strength. He hurriedly called out to Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Oh, okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo was also anxious. This old blind man, he just read my fortune. Why is he going to die? Does that mean I'm the one who caused his death? What the hell? This was simply a black pot that fell from the sky. The father and son were busy for a full 15 minutes before Blind Hong finally woke up. However, he was already on the verge of death. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He smacked his lips and laughed bitterly. "Old Zhuo, you've wasted good things for me again. It's useless. Today is the day I die." Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh. "Old Hong, hang in there." "I can't hang in there anymore." Blind Hong smiled weakly and said, "Under the effect of the true soul aura examination technique, I don't know anything. You just have to remember everything I said just now." "Do you remember everything?" Got it, got it." Zhuo Changlu nodded deeply. Blind Hong nodded and smiled comfortingly. Then, he said helplessly, "Old Zhuo, it seems that I still have to trouble you for my funeral. But, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't have any children, nor do I have any ancestral graves. You can just wrap my stinky skin up and find a coffin to bury me. I've already thought of a grave. It's at..." Zhuo Changlu held Blind Hong's hand and said, "Brother Hong, you have no children. It's your business that you don't have an ancestral grave. We're brothers. I, Zhuo Zhonglu, can't let you go on your last journey in a miserable state." Blind Hong smiled bitterly. "This is heaven's will." Zhuo Zhonglu thought for a while and said, "Blind man, since you are willing to risk your life to see the fate of my son, then this brat owes you a life." He thought carefully. He paced a few steps and looked up at the sky. Complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "I'll let Xiao Duo send you off and open the gate of Yin Yang for you." Blind Hong's body suddenly shook. His face showed extreme surprise and surprise. Then, he shook his head slowly. "Old Zhuo, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to let the child have another karma?" Zhuo Changlu said firmly, "This is what I should do." Then, he said, "Xiao Duo, kneel down." Kowtow to your godfather. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this order. I have a godfather now. And a godfather who is about to die. But he didn't dare to disobey his father. He knelt down obediently and kowtowed a few times. He called, "Godfather." Blind Hong was emotional. Hot tears gushed out of his dry eyes. "Good boy. Good boy. It's just that you've been wronged. It's just that," he said with a trembling voice, "Old Zhua. I didn't give the child a greeting gift. I feel guilty." Zhua Changlu said, "Rest well. There's no need to talk about a greeting gift." Blind Hong smiled contentedly and said weakly, Blind Hong, have been lonely all my life. I have no one to rely on. I have no children. I didn't expect that before I die, I would have a godson with a bright future. Old Zhua, I'm grateful to you." He coughed a few times and said, "The books I stored with you before, and my natal ring. I'll give them to Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo. I don't have much ability, and I don't have any legacy to leave you. You also know about qi observation. But don't learn my real spiritual qi observation technique. My natal ring. Ever since the foundation of my cultivation was destroyed and my divine sense was crippled, I couldn't even open it myself. There are some small things in there. There are many cultivation techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, hammer techniques. It's just a pity that I'm too useless. Ever since my cultivation was crippled, I couldn't practice anything." When he said this, his eyes suddenly popped out, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was struggling, Blind Hong suddenly straightened up. He pointed at the sky and said sternly, "In my next life, I'll go against your heaven." After he said this, he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Mouthfuls of blood kept spurting out. However, he was no longer breathing. Blind Hong died just like that. Looking at Blind Hong's corpse, Zhua Changlu's eyes were deep. He sighed softly. After a very, very long time, he stretched out his hand and gently closed Blind Hong's eyelids. He muttered, "Brother Hong, you and I have known each other for a long time. In the heavens and on the earth, in this life and in the next. Now that I am leaving, I will be extremely lonely." He turned his head and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. He said, "I'll contact the morning hall for everything. Tomorrow, we'll send your godfather off." Zhua Xiaoduo was puzzled. He said, "Dad, this is your godfather." Zhua Changlu's eyes narrowed. He said softly, "Son, you must remember your godfather." Zhua Xiaoduo nodded his head in confusion. He didn't understand the meaning behind Zhua Changlu's words at all. Zhua Changlu covered Blind Hong's corpse with a piece of white cloth. At this moment, a dark ring on Blind Hong's finger suddenly lit up. Then, it became somewhat illusory. It seemed that this ring was going to disappear along with Blind Hong's life. However, this illusory state only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Then, it slowly floated down from Blind Hong's finger and stopped in midair. It flickered on and off again. It seemed that it could disappear at any time. Zhua Changlu reached out his hand to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. It seemed that the ring didn't exist. Zhua Changlu looked extremely surprised. He paused for a moment before saying, "Xiaoduo, I can't touch this ring. It's probably the ring that your godfather left for you. Try to take it and put it on your finger." "Oh." Zhua Xiaoduo reached out his hand and grabbed the ring. Somehow, the ring that Zhua Changlu couldn't grab with his hand solidified as soon as Zhua Xiaoduo reached out his hand. It fell into Zhua Xiaoduo's palm. It was cold to the touch. "Which finger should I wear?" Zhua Xiaoduo held the ring in one hand and looked at his finger. "I can't wear the index finger, right? The ring finger isn't used for this." "Then the pinky?" Zhua Xiaoduo murmured. Zhua Changlu rolled his eyes. "It's up to you." Zhou Xiaoduo casually put the ring on his pinky. The moment the ring was put on Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky, the ring suddenly began to tighten slowly and firmly around Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo felt a pain in his finger. It was as if there were a few thorns sticking out of the ring and piercing deep into the flesh of Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky. He trembled in pain. Blood instantly seeped out and flowed into the ring, dyeing the entire ring red. After a while, the color of the ring that had turned completely red slowly faded and turned into an ordinary grayish-white ring. Then, even the grayish-white ring disappeared. The father and son looked at each other. Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky was empty. It's gone. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Don't be surprised. Try to think about that ring. Zhou Changlu's face returned to calmness, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and kept muttering, ring, ring. The grayish-white ring appeared and quietly appeared on his finger. Wow, that's amazing. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo was completely shocked. In the future, if you want to use the things inside, you don't need to make the ring appear. Just communicate with your mind. Zhou Changlu was very happy. He couldn't help but sigh. I never thought. This ring is actually a life ring. Life. What does a life ring mean? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Well, when you have more experience in the future, you will naturally know. Zhou Changlu obviously didn't want to explain more. Instead, he patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder excitedly. You just need to know that you have made a fortune this time. Made a fortune? Zhou Xiaoduo was suspicious. Just this ring. What do you know? You don't know, you don't know. Zhou Changlu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if he should say that fortune favors fools. Anyway, he never thought that Blind Hong would leave this ring to Zhou Xiaoduo. It was no wonder that before Blind Hong died, he had emphasized, natal, natal. Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking about opening the ring to see what was inside and how he had made a fortune. However, he realized that he couldn't open this inconspicuous ring. Dad, I can't open this ring either. You haven't even condensed your mind and you want to open this ring? What kind of dream are you having? Zhou Changlu said, this is a spiritual ring, you can't open it in such a short time. Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't quite understand. At this moment, the door curtain was lifted. Wu Taijiang walked in and saw Blind Hong's corpse covered with a white cloth. His burly body trembled. Brother Zhou. Isn't this Hong? It's him. Zhou Changlu sighed sadly. He's gone. Hearing the bad news, Wu Taijiang felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. His eyes were filled with stars as he gasped for air. Finally, he couldn't help but curse, how could this old bastard die so early? Zhou Changlu's eyes were unprecedentedly stern as he stared at blacksmith Wu. Wu Taijiang sat down, his face full of confusion. I saw him just now. Moreover, how could he die just like that? And he died here? Wu Taijiang simply couldn't understand. He pulled his hair and said, damn. This is too sudden, isn't it? I saw a dead man the moment I came in, and it was him. This is really fucking. Chapter 224. Zhou Zhanglu couldn't express his bitterness. He couldn't possibly say that they had already succeeded in prolonging Blind Hong's life, but he met his son, who set up a trap and broke Blind Hong's trap, causing Blind Hong to suffer a backlash and leave in advance that he couldn't say that, okay? The implications were even greater. However, the process of this matter was so complicated that it was extremely strange. Especially when it came so suddenly, they were completely unprepared and were completely caught off guard. You go to school first. Zhou Changlu said to Zhou Xiaoduo, don't forget to come and send your godfather off tomorrow. Okay, I know. Zhou Xiaoduo left. Hearing this, Wu Tiejiang's entire body stiffened. Even after Zhou Xiaoduo had left, he was still standing there stiffly. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were dull. His eyeballs were hanging out of their sockets. What's wrong? Zhou Changlu frowned. Who are you trying to impress by showing such an idiotic behavior? Godfather. Godfather? Wu Tiejiang's expression was as if he had eaten feces. Godfather, what's going on? Don't call me Godfather. Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes. You mean, you let Xiaoduo become Blind Hong's godfather? Wu Tiejiang's tone was full of disbelief. Why, do you have a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that. After all, this is your business. But this. I feel weird. Wu Taijiang said, I can't be sure if I don't ask more. Zhou Changlu said indifferently, I naturally have my own considerations. He said meaningfully, the most important thing right now is to bury this lord in peace. That's how it should be. Wu Taijiang stepped forward and bowed. He muttered, speaking of this Blind Hong, he's still worthy of my bow. However, your schemes are too deep. I know I can't understand it, and I don't want to know. In the future, don't let me hear or see you. I'm just a blacksmith, okay? Zhou Changlu snorted. Do you think I want you to hear that? Want you to see? Wasn't it because you were so curious that you came in directly? Who let you in? Is it me? Is it Xiaoduo? Wu Taijiang scratched his head. You may leave. Zhou Changlu said bleakly, I still want to talk to the blind man. Wu Taijiang looked at Zhou Changlu's bleak face and said worriedly, Brother Zhou, it's not my place to say this, but you're both rivals. Everything that's happening now is just a coincidence. Don't get yourself involved and let your heart be clouded. Zhou Zhanglu sighed softly, waved his hand, and said in disappointment, For a lifetime, for a lifetime. Wu Taijiang sighed and left obediently. Wait. Suddenly, he was stopped by Zhou Changlu. What's the matter? This guy. If I remember correctly, his natal weapon was a hammer technique. Zhou Changlu's eyes were shining. He was also shocked. Yes, he used 2 hammers to smash the sky red. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was the nightmare of almost the entire astral souls. Have you forgotten? Wu Taijiang looked at Zhou Changlu in surprise. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and jumped up with a banged sound. He let out a strange cry, hammer technique. Zhou Changlu's mouth twitched. Wu Tiejiang's mouth also twitched. They looked at each other and saw the strange expression on each other's face. Is this God's will? Zhou Changlu remembered that Zhou Xiaoduo had been aiming for the hammer from the beginning. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Wu Taijiang felt his lips and throat dry. He licked his lips and said dryly, He left the hammer technique? Zhou Changlu nodded slowly. I think so. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He thought of the 2 hammers that were destined to be earth-shattering in the future. Then, he thought of Zhou Xiaoduo becoming Blind Hong's godfather. Then, he thought of the hammer technique. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zhou Zhanglu seemed to be in a bit of a daze as he asked, Did you experience his hammer back then? Brother Zhou, you really think highly of me. Wu Taijiang pursed his lips and said, If I had experienced his hammers before, would I still be here forging for you? Taijiang, Zhou Changlu said thoughtfully, you really have to do it again. Fuck. What for? Wu Tiejiang's face turned green. Why did he have to do it again? Hammer technique. Zhou Changlu frowned and said, I'm not good at using hammers. I hate it. Therefore, I don't have the hammer technique. However, Xiaoduo can't practice without it. Isn't the hammer technique ready-made? Wu Taijiang pointed at Blind Hong's corpse. That's recognized as the best hammer technique in the world. Use your poor brain and think about it. Can this hammer technique be exposed? Zhua Changlu said angrily, once it's exposed, Xiao Duo's enemy will be the whole world. In the entire astral souls, which family's ancestors haven't been smashed to death by this bastard? Wu Taijiang came to a realization. That's a problem. Therefore, Xiao Duo's hammer technique can't be limited to only this family. Moreover, his hammer technique is too vicious. Since ancient times, those who fought with him were all smashed into ashes. His sin of killing is too great. Zhua Changlu pondered and said, pick out some hammer techniques that I like. 7 or 8 will do. 7 or 8? Wu Tiejiang's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Even his voice changed. 7 or 8 that you like. Just kill me. In the whole world, there are no more than 6 hammer techniques that you like, including the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. You want 7 or 8? Do as you deem fit. Zhua Changlu played it down. Just send them to me when you receive them. If you don't contact me for the time being, use your hammer technique to practice first. Wu Taijiang jumped high. This is the storm hammer of 8 directions. Not a hammer. You dare to jump high in front of me? Zhua Changlu squinted his eyes. Wu Taijiang immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. Brother Zhua, you're so cool. Alright, you can leave now. Zhua Changlu reminded him, only the heavens and the earth will know about this. Only you and I know. I understand, Brother Zhua. Wu Taijiang nodded repeatedly. Scram. I want to talk to Old Hong. Okay. Wu Taijiang left. Zhua Changlu stood in front of Blind Hong's corpse with his hands clasped behind his back. He said softly, Blind, Old Hong, others might feel weird when they see me talking, but I know you won't. You can hear me. Actually, in this life, I'm just Zhua Changlu and you're just Blind Hong. Maybe I know more than you and have some calculative heart. But after so many years of friendship, I believe you also know and can feel it. Our friendship isn't an illusion. I wanted to stop you and let you live for a few more years. Of course, it was partly due to my calculations, but more of it was because I hoped that my friend in this life could live for a few more days. But man proposes, God disposes. In the end, you passed away too early. Do you know that your passing has made me feel even more lonely? Now, even if I want to find someone to talk to, there's no one. If I want to find an opponent, there's no one left. Even if I want to scheme against someone, there's no one left. Blind Hong, you left too early, too soon. My original intention was to stop you, but I didn't succeed. Instead, you kept me here, unable to move. Old Hong. You should be proud. As for the final step, I'll let Little Duo acknowledge you as his godfather. You can say that I've schemed against you once, or that I'm fulfilling your last wish. Adding such a layer of karma to you. Old Hong, perhaps you'll be the one thanking me in the future. Brother, rest in peace. We'll be enemies in the next life. Zhua Changlu poured a glass of wine and gently poured it on the ground. His gaze was focused. In the next life, we'll be enemies again. After pouring a glass of wine, he picked it up and finished it in one gulp. When Meng Tian arrived at second high, Zhua Xiaoduo had stopped his fortune-telling and had entered the gravity room to make up for today's progress. After thinking for a while, Meng Tian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned and drove in a new direction. I don't know if Blind Hong can come out of the mountain again. However, when he reached Blind Hong's house, it was General Tai who guarded the door. A rotten and decaying aura came from the room. Meng Tian's heart sank. For a moment, he was at a loss. He simply sat at the door and waited. After a long time, a handsome middle-aged man slowly appeared at the entrance of the alley and walked over. Seeing Meng Tian at the door, he did not hesitate and continued to walk over. When he reached the door, he said in a gentle voice, "Please make way, I'm going to get something." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the key and opened the door to Blind Hong's room. You! Who are you? Meng Chen was surprised. He had trained himself for many years before he had the self-cultivation and demeanor he had today. But, this person didn't look very old. Yet, he had such a graceful demeanor. Everything about him was natural and unrestrained. Such a natural and unrestrained style, he could not compare to him in any aspect. My surname is Zhua, I'm Blind Hong's best friend. Zhua Changlu looked at him indifferently and said, You're looking for Blind Hong? Yes. Yes, there is something. For some reason, Meng Chen felt that he was stuttering in front of this middle-aged man. It was a little unnatural. He even felt a little uneasy, as if he could not let go of anything. It was extremely awkward. Well, you're late. Blind Hong is dead. Zhua Changlu pushed the door. With a creak, the door opened. He said indifferently, There's no one here who can help you. I'm here to find some of Blind Hong's belongings and bury them with him. Dead. Dead? At this moment, Meng Chen felt that life was like a dream. The only person who could bypass Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian to solve this problem was dead. How could he be so unlucky? The moment he thought of Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian, Meng Chen suddenly quivered. He raised his head and said, Your surname is Zhua Xiaoduo? Zhua Changlu nodded indifferently. Then, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian? Meng Chen asked hesitantly. Zhua Changlu said indifferently, They are my son and daughter. Why, do you have something to say? Meng Chen said, No. He did not know why, but when he faced Zhua Changlu, the only feeling he had was uneasiness. Yes. Zhua Changlu's voice was indifferent to a certain extent. Come on, since you're here, come in and do some work. Help me carry these things. These things are too heavy. 2 chapters for today, please vote. Chapter 225. Hearing Zhua Changlu's greeting, Meng Chen walked over involuntarily. He helped Zhua Changlu carry things and pack things up. He was so busy that he was covered in sweat. After packing everything up, he brought it to Zhua Changlu and waited for him to choose. Zhua Zhanglu looked at them one by one. Finally he picked a dozen or so items, all of which were small odds and ends. He wrapped them in a bundle and said, You look like a good kid. Help me move these things to the street corner. Hearing this praise, Meng Chen, who had always prided himself on being calm, suddenly felt unusually excited. He quickly agreed, Okay. There was a kind of excitement that said, I can't believe I can be of use to you. It was a very glorious feeling. But as for the specific glory, there was nothing to say. He was speechless. He carried them all the way to the street corner and loaded them into the car. Zhua Changlu got in the car and said, You can go back. Well, if there's nothing else, it's better to go back early. The person you're looking for is not here. Yes, I understand. Meng Chen repeatedly agreed. He respectfully watched the car leave. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself in the face. Are you crazy? Meng Chen asked himself. With a gloomy face, he looked in the direction Zhua Changlu left and muttered, It's not easy to have the opportunity to see Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian's father alone. Not only did I not slap him to death, but I also worked for him for the whole afternoon. There was something strange about this matter. Meng Chen himself could not figure it out. I almost didn't think of Zhua Xiaonian just now. It can't be because I'm afraid of her, but because I want to leave a good impression on her father. Could it be that I was bewitched just now? But how could I be bewitched? This is really fucking. Meng Chen flew up and chased after him at high speed. At this moment, the ferocious flames in his heart surged to the heavens. He wholeheartedly wanted to slap this handsome middle-aged man with an outstanding bearing to death, and everything would be fine. Zhua Changlu was driving at a traffic light intersection. Meng Chintian landed in front of the car and strode to the driver's side, shouting, "Get out." Zhou Changlu rolled down the window and frowned. "Kid, did you forget something?" When he saw Meng Chintian holding a compass in his hand, he patted his forehead and smiled. "So you forgot the compass. How thoughtful of you." Oh. Meng Chintian obediently handed over the compass with an expression of waiting for praise. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Changlu said faintly, "It's getting late. Let's go back earlier." He stepped on the accelerator and drove away slowly. It was still so natural and casual, like it was at his fingertips. Meng Chintian held his head and walked to the side of the road. He felt confused and absent-minded. After a while, he woke up and murmured, "What's going on?" He slapped himself hard twice, but still did not understand why things turned out like this. When did I, Meng Chintian, become so stupid? This should not be. What the hell was this? At this moment, Father Zhou had been gone for a long time. Meng Chintian was still frowning and standing at the side of the street. He was puzzled and lost in thought. After a long time, he was still confused. He scratched his head subconsciously and murmured, "Why am I standing at the corner of the street? What am I doing here?" He was puzzled and tried to recall for a long time. Finally, he remembered. "Oh, I'm not here to ask Blind Hong for help." Oh. With a clear mind, he rushed all the way back to Blind Hong's house. He looked at the open door and then at the mess inside. He could not help but wonder, what's going on here? Why is it like this? The only memory he had of what happened was that someone seemed to ask him to go back early. But who said that? Why couldn't he remember? Go back early. Since Blind Hong was not here, he should go back early. There were still many things waiting for him at the company. Meng Chintian got into the car and drove back to the Meng Corporation with full concentration. He got out, locked the car and went upstairs. "You're back. Did you find Zhou Xiaoduo?" "Zhou Xiaoduo?" Meng Chintian was stunned and said, "No." "Then, did you find Blind Hong?" "Blind Hong?" Meng Chintian was stunned again and said, "No." He paused and said, "I'll look for Blind Hong tomorrow." Meng Tianyue was stunned. She sat up straight and stared at Meng Chintian. She asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" Meng Chintian held his head and said tiredly, "Nothing. I just feel very tired and sleepy. I want to sleep." After saying that, he held his head and sat down on the sofa. He lay down and then he had really fallen into a deep sleep. Meng Tianyue's eyes widened. What? What was going on? What was going on? Did he see a ghost? On the other side, Ning Suifeng was sitting in his study. He frowned and was very annoyed. "Dad!" A girl pushed open the door and walked in. "Have you seen the video on the internet?" "Video? What video?" "It's this." "Dad, take a look." This video was accidentally taken at night. The person who took the video happened to pass by that road and saw the white fog rising. It felt like a ghost. Ning Qingqing's face was solemn. So this person took a picture of that scene and posted it on the internet. But when he realized that it was actually a picture of our Ning family's ancestral grave and wanted to delete it, it was already too late. It's all over the internet now. Everyone says that our ancestral grave has good feng shui. Other places don't have fog except our ancestral grave. It's so thick that you can't even see your own fingers. Ning Suifeng's face became serious. There's such a thing. Take a look. Ning Qingqing said, I feel that something has been happening in our family these few days. Could it be that there's something wrong with the feng shui of our ancestral grave? Ning Suifeng took the phone, opened the video, and watched it. Sure enough, the image in the video was of a car. The car's headlights were shining forward. On the right side of the road, there was a curtain of night. There was nothing unusual. However, on the left side of the road, there was a thick white fog. It was extremely eye-catching. Compared to the right side, it was very eye-catching. It was impossible not to pay attention to it. The road was still a road, but there was fog on one side and no fog on the other. It was as if this road was the boundary, separating yin and yang. It was clear at a glance. Looking at the rising white fog, there seemed to be countless demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the white fog. It was very creepy. The atmosphere was even more strange and shocking. The driver was obviously scared too. He was very nervous. As he drove, he said to himself, "Why is this place so strange? When I took this road before, it was always quiet. Why is there so much white fog today? This fog is too thick, isn't it? Could it be some kind of ghost? Cough, cough. Jinx, jinx. Is there some kind of god? Ancestors bless me. I've only passed through this once. It's too late to turn back now. I'll never come here again. It's too scary." The car moved forward slowly at the speed of a turtle. It became clearer that the white fog on the left side rose more than 100 feet high, swaying and rolling. About 20 minutes later, the car finally rushed out of the thick fog. The driver was clearly relieved. He mustered up his courage and looked back, only to see half of a tombstone sticking out of the fog. Ning family? Here. Yes, this is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. The video stopped abruptly. Ning Suifeng's face was gloomy. Tonight, I'll go to the ancestral grave to take a look. Zhou Xiaoduo was sweating profusely the entire afternoon as he worked hard to cultivate. He had already switched to the 10x gravity room. After a good round of tossing and turning, he was once again as tired as a dead dog. Finally, Qin Fangyang frowned and dragged him out of the gravity room with a gloomy face and threw him on the ground. Qin Fangyang's mood was extremely bad these days. In the previous battle, he was seriously injured. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, he was unconscious for 17 hours before waking up. Because he was seriously injured before, his internal organs were damaged, his body was covered with bruises, and 50 to 60% of his bones were broken. If he didn't have special care, he would be paralyzed for life. But what kind of place was the Star Shield General Administration? What kind of good medicine did they not have? All kinds of good medicine were fed to him. Then, Qin Fangyang, who had been suppressing the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, broke through in his coma. At the moment when Qin Fangyang broke through, he was still in a coma. However, the sword qi that flowed around his body was like a cloud of mist. The sword qi rose and raged, instantly slicing the entire house into pieces. Then, a white cloud rushed to the sky, leaping thousands of feet high. The body turned into a white cloud and rushed to the sky. From now on, there is one more person in the clouds. This was the so-called cloud transformation stage. The cloud transformation stage, as the name implied, was above the earth and below the heavens. Those who had this achievement could move freely. Teacher Qin's breakthrough could be said to be a blessing in disguise. When Qin Fangyang woke up, he was completely dumbfounded. I broke through to the cloud transformation stage. I broke through just like that. What the fuck? Then how am I going to die? Breaking through to the cloud transformation stage, and after suppressing it for so long, Qin Fangyang's current level of strength was above many cloud transformation stage cultivators. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that once one broke through to the cloud transformation stage, one's lifespan would increase greatly. It wasn't something that could be killed just because one wanted to. Teacher Qin, who understood this point, was extremely depressed. So much so that when he saw Zhou Xiaoduo like a dead dog, he couldn't help but feel even angrier. I could break through in my sleep even when I was heavily injured, but you actually didn't put in any effort. You clearly had the feeling of breaking through a few days ago, but now you don't even have the feeling of breaking through. You definitely deserve a beating. Get up. Qin Fangyang said sternly. I can't get up. Zhou Xiaoduo also felt that he was very pitiful. These few days, he had continuously received luck points, and his meridians were becoming more flexible. His dantian was also becoming bigger and bigger. He really couldn't find the feeling of breaking through like before. Even if he trained himself to death, it would be useless. Chapter 226. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his dantian was as vast as the ocean. No matter how much he cultivated, it would not be filled. Even if he absorbed the energy of the Jade of Astral Souls and filled it to the brim, his dantian could continue to expand as long as he exerted more strength. It was still far from the limit. What the fuck? Can't get up. It's good that you can't get up. Qin Fangyang nodded and kicked Zhou Xiaoduo 3 to 4 meters high. Are you up? Are you up? Are you up? These 3 words were repeated in a very rhythmic manner. Zhou Xiaoduo was kicked up as soon as he landed. He landed and kicked again. Long Yusheng and the others were all sweating profusely. They lay on the ground and looked up as they watched Zhou Xiaoduo being kicked like a shuttlecock by Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. That's right. He can kick with a bent leg, a straight leg, a spinning kick, and even hit the golden bell. Wow, amazing, amazing. 48, 49. 50. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. He doesn't let the shuttlecock fall to the ground. It's really amazing. That's right. But it would be better if the shuttlecock could shut up. In the air, Zhou Xiaoduo was screaming and begging for mercy. Teacher Qin, I was wrong. Although he did not know why he was being kicked, it was always a good attitude to admit his mistake. It would help to alleviate the current bad situation. Qin Fangyang kicked a total of 99 shuttlecocks before he let Zhou Xiaoduo down. He said lightly, I heard that you like to fly. If you are not on the verge of a breakthrough by tomorrow, fly another 99 times. I have just broken through and need more exercise. If there are any problems, I will take care of it. You will have to work harder. Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is my life so hard? I don't want it to be like this. Even with Qin Fangyang's vast experience and knowledge, he did not know that the meridians of the human body could increase their flexibility and the dantian could expand on its own. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. I believe that not only Teacher Qin, but any profound cultivator in this world who saw Zhou Xiaoduo's current state of not being able to find a breakthrough after painstakingly suppressing his cultivation to the point where he couldn't find a breakthrough, combined with his previous rate of improvement, the only conclusion they could come up with was that Zhou Xiaoduo was slacking off. This was a fact that couldn't be defended. Not only did Zhou Xiaoduo take this loss, but he would continue to take it. Zhou Xiaoduo finally regained his vitality after being kicked. Long Yusheng and the others also regained their vitality after being kicked. However, their states of mind was the peak of their moods. It was time for school to end. Teacher Qin, I would like to apply for leave tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his hand weakly. He didn't have any confidence at all. You're already lazy to this extent, and you still want to ask for leave? Do you have anything else in mind? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Something really happened. My godfather is dead. Seeing Qin Fangyang's unfriendly gaze, Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly told him the truth. Godfather? Yes. Qin Fangyang sighed. He had to give Qin Fangyang a lie. Then you can go. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Don't forget your cultivation. Qin Fangyang said word by word. I won't forget. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. After a long time, he walked out of the school gate. Teacher Qin had just broken through. It was true that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was also true that his realm was not stable and needed to be polished. No matter how much he did not want to break through, he had already broken through. There was no other way. Teacher Qin walked all the way to the school gate. What he saw made his eyes bulge. He saw Zhou Xiaoduo with a 5,000-pound iron block on his head, a 3,000-pound iron armor suit, and more than 100 pounds of weights on his body. He was standing upright on one leg with a large crowd in front of him. He was actually reading his fortune. Oh my God! Qin Fengyang was speechless. This kid was a typical example of someone who valued money more than his life. Hiding behind a tree, he watched as Zhou Xiaoduo fooled these people one by one with the temperament of a charlatan. Then, he said, tomorrow. These people probably understood the rules and dispersed in a hubbub. No one stayed behind. Then, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo take out his phone and count the messages from the bank one by one. He calculated the total income and his face was already smiling like a flower. Today's income is really good. A total of 1,275,000. What's with this 7,500? Why? Is there a 500 change? Who paid so little? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little angry. Isn't this wasting the fruits of my labor? The money I earned might not even be enough for tonight's expenses. Thinking of the expenses for practicing martial arts at night, Zhou Xiaoduo looked up to the sky and sighed. Who could spend more than 1,000,000 yuan for practicing martial arts in one night? Only I, Zhou Xiaoduo. More than 1,000,000 yuan. If it was a normal person, with this money, they would spend it on prostitutes until they were 80 or 90 years old. But I paid all the fines in one night. I'm really rich. But I'm so rich that my heart is bleeding. That night, the siblings went out to practice martial arts as usual. Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely focused. He had made great progress in practicing his concealed weapon. By 1:30 a.m., he had only paid a total of 888,000 yuan in fines. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel surprised at the result. Could it be that he had extra money for today? Zhou Xiaoyan watched calmly from the side. At the same time, she used the Moon Sutra to purify her meridians. Her current cultivation was already difficult to advance, but she could use the Moon Sutra as a foundation to transform all the true vitality she had cultivated in the past into the purest Moon spiritual source to improve her foundation. After a period of transformation, her dantian would naturally expand and then absorb the spiritual source. Her cultivation method was basically the same as Zhou Xiaoduo's. However, the only difference was that Zhou Xiaoduo actively suppressed it, while Zhou Xiaoyan did it naturally. As for Zhou Xiaoduo's relieved behavior, Zhou Xiaoyan only snorted in her heart. She purposely went easy on him tonight to let him have some fun first. After practicing for a few days, Zhou Xiaoyan knew how much money Zhou Xiaoduo could earn every day. This guy's ability to make money was very strong. Even when the situation wasn't very good, he could still earn 500,000 or 600,000 yuan a day. If he had a good time, he could even earn 1,000,000 yuan a day. Although the reputation of Zhou Xiaoduo's godly image was getting more and more famous, the rich people in Phoenix City were rushing over like a swarm of bees. However, this momentum couldn't be maintained for a long time. It was estimated that most of them had already seen enough. If they continued to watch, they probably wouldn't earn as much as they did now. In another 10 days, it would be considered good if he could earn a stable income of 100,000 yuan a day. But this income of 100,000 yuan. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was already considered a terrifying income. After all, he only relied on his mouth. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's income for the past few days was cleaned out by Zhou Xiaoyan every night. After a round of practice, he only had a few hundred yuan left on him at most. And that huge sum of money, along with Zhou Xiaoyan's own savings, was transferred to Wu Yuding's account through Zhou Xiaoyan's account. Therefore, in the Zhou family, Wu Yuding was the one who was really rich and imposing. She was like a landlady, sitting there collecting rent every day. Yes, she took from her son through her daughter, and then took from her son and daughter through her daughter. I'll let him save for the next few days. I'll talk about it when he has more money. For now, I'll let him regain some confidence and occasionally take some bonuses to enjoy some benefits. Otherwise, he might give up. Zhou Xiaoyan slowly planned in her heart. Her eyebrows were curved and she was full of smiles. She was actually very satisfied with the current situation. Zhou Xiaoduo's mastery of hidden weapons was something that few people in the Yanwu Empire could match up to, even if it was only for now. In the cultivation of hidden weapons, the strength of the attack and the accuracy were the key points, but they were not the most important. Only the control was the most important. In terms of control, Zhou Xiaoduo could be said to have reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. He was always successful. He had a good grasp of the severity of his attacks. He was almost at the level of perfection. In all fairness, Zhou Xiaoyan's current request for Zhou Xiaoduo was nitpicking and nitpicking. However, Zhou Xiaoyan still hoped that Zhou Xiaoduo could go one step further. It would be better if he could be more subtle and unexpected. In addition, in the past few days of practice, Zhou Xiaoyan faintly realized that hidden weapons, a skill that was not valued by the high-level cultivators in the astral souls, could be a real life-saving asset for Zhou Xiaoduo. It was also because of this concept that Zhou Xiaoyan could never be satisfied with the height of Zhou Xiaoduo's hidden weapons. After Zhou Xiaoduo reached the current standard of hidden weapons, Zhou Xiaoyan brought out a new set of items that she had prepared long ago. Many of these items were just Zhou Xiaoyan's imagination. Many of them were simply the idealization of special effects in movies and television. She used them to train Zhou Xiaoduo. If Zhou Xiaoduo knew Zhou Xiaoyan's real thoughts, he would probably leave directly. "You're fooling a fool. I'm not going to train anymore." Unfortunately, he had no idea how absurd and impossible the goal he was trying to achieve was. He only knew that all the standards in Zhou Xiaoyan's hands were given to him by He Yuanyue to test himself by Zhou Xiaoyan. So, it was also on this night. Ning Suifeng brought all the direct descendants of the family to the Ning family's ancestral grave quietly. Before they even got close, they were already enraged by what they saw and heard. Near the Ning family's ancestral grave, countless people gathered and all of them were holding up their phones to take pictures. Some of them were even holding live streaming sticks. "Let's take a walk and take a look. Today, we've seen an ancient wonder. Brothers, come and take a look. Come and take a look. It's quiet all around. Only this area has white fog rising dozens of meters. This is where the ancient wonder is located. It's where the ancestral grave of the ancient Ning family in Phoenix City is located. Otherwise, the Ning family is a 1,000-year-old family. It's said that the ancestral grave is smoking. This is just hearsay, right? Today, I'll show you the truth. This place is really smoking. Begging for monthly votes. Hee hee." Chapter 227. Ning Suifeng was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. "So many of you came to take pictures of my family's ancestral grave? So many people are actually broadcasting my family's ancestral grave? What a bastard! A bunch of bastards!" Ning Suifeng let out a thunderous roar. "Capture all these people for me. Confiscate all their mobile phones. Then find their families one by one and compensate each of them 1 million yuan. Those who can't pay will be buried alive." What the hell? Ning Suifeng was so angry that his face turned purple. The Ning family has been standing for thousands of years. We have been indifferent and detached from the world for so many years. Why don't you know what's good for you? Don't you have any respect for us? How can you let people come to the ancestral grave to broadcast? The Ning family members were all scolded with their heads lowered. "Take them all away." But after a while, hundreds of cars opened up the road and surrounded this place. All the people who came here to join in the fun were all caught in the cars and driven away. Ning Suifeng walked slowly into the thick fog with a gloomy face. This fog was not big, but it was so thick that it was unbelievable. Once you stretched out your hand, you couldn't even see your own arm, let alone your 5 fingers. "Look for the location of the ancestor's grave." Ning Suifeng's voice was very gloomy. Everyone moved forward step by step in the white fog. At this time, they couldn't see anything with their eyes, and even their divine thoughts had lost their effect. Often, after a few steps, they would bump into a tombstone. Or they would step on the tombstone if they suddenly stepped on it, or they would suddenly go up a step, and they would reach the front of the grave. In short, the whole way was full of bumps and bruises. Whether it was the strong light of flashlights, infrared rays, mobile phone fluorescent light, or even torches, they were all useless. Even the cultivators who had reached the nascent soul realm lost all their advantages in this thick fog. The strong palm wind and fist wind formed by their tyrannical cultivation couldn't change the white fog at all. At most, it would fluctuate a little, and then it would be over. In the end, they were afraid of breaking the tombstone and disrespecting their ancestors, so they didn't dare to use all their strength. Then they could only take it step by step. After a full 1.5 hours, they finally reached the center of the ancestral grave. Everyone came to the center, and as far as the eye could see, everyone from the Ning clan was speechless. The ancestral grave in the middle was like a huge chimney, with thick white smoke billowing out from the bottom. It was as if there was a fire in the underworld, constantly gushing out. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Ning Suifeng widened his eyes, his entire body trembling. All the members of the Ning family's direct bloodline knelt on the ground as they witnessed this scene. Everyone felt their souls tremble for some reason. The previous live stream was right. In the past, when they scolded and praised people, they would often say, "Your ancestors' graves are smoking." However, this was just an old saying. But now, the ancestral grave of the Ning clan was really emitting white smoke. No matter if it was cursing or praising, there had never been such a thing as white smoke. Green smoke rises from the ancestral grave. Praising someone is a good thing. Black smoke coming out of the ancestral grave was a sign of insult. But white smoke was rising from the ancestral graves. This was a little unclear. The white smoke didn't stop because of the arrival of the Ning clan. It was still gushing out crazily. When the members of the Ning clan all knelt down, the momentum of rushing out was even more turbulent. After this continued for a while. With a sudden loud bang, the entire ancestral grave collapsed. Everyone present was caught off guard and fell into the collapsed grave pit. They were all dizzy and in a mess. In the haze, everyone could vaguely see a shadow slowly appear in the white fog. His clothes were simple and unadorned, and his face could not be seen clearly. In the thick white fog, he stood in the void. This shadow stood for a while, then suddenly raised a hand and pointed to the east. Everyone looked to the east, but there was nothing. Then, with a loud bang, a sudden bolt of lightning fell and smashed the shadow into pieces. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew. The white smoke above the Ning clan's ancestral grave, which had been condensed and didn't dissipate even with a strong force, dissipated quietly and quickly. At most, it took half a cup of tea's time for the white smoke to dissipate. Everyone in the grave pit looked up. The clear sky and the Milky Way were all reflected in their eyes. Where were the clouds? But where did the lightning in the sky come from? And that shadow pointed to the east. Where was it pointing to? What was its intention? Everyone felt that there seemed to be a vibration under their feet. They hurriedly jumped up, only to find that the whole ground was beginning to shake. Earthquake? Let's go. Everyone flew out together. The moment they were in the air, they heard another loud bang. The entire Ning clan's ancestral grave, which was hundreds of miles in radius, collapsed. Where the ancestral grave was originally, it became a bottomless pit. In the deep pit, there was a faint white smoke rising, but the bottom couldn't be seen for a while. The whole ground fell down, but there was no echo for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qingqing was shocked. Her heart was in a mess, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Ning Suifeng hurriedly reached out and pulled her out of the deep pit with his daughter. Everyone in the Ning clan stood high in the sky and looked down at the big pit. Everyone's expression was complicated, and their feelings were even more indescribable. After about a minute, a series of muffled noises faintly came from the ground. This was the bottom? What's going on? Everyone in the Ning clan was covered in cold sweat. I don't know. The ancestral grave is gone. Another person's face was pale, and there was an unspeakable fear in his eyes. My Ning clan. What kind of heinous thing did we do? How did the situation become like this? The others didn't speak. The Ning clan had been entrenched in this Phoenix city for thousands of years. Speaking of heinous things, they had done quite a lot. After all, if they didn't do those things, would the Ning clan be where it was today? Let's go back first. Ning Suifeng's face was dark. He waved his hand and said, wait until dawn, when the yang energy is the strongest, and then come back to see what's going on. Yes. The next morning, Blind Hong's funeral was held. Zhou Xiaoduo was wearing a green robe and white hemp shoes. A hemp rope was tied around his waist, and a mourning hat was on his head. He was sending his godfather off. After all, he wasn't his biological son, so there was no need for him to wear mourning clothes. A pair of hemp shoes and a hemp rope were enough. All the members of the Zhou clan were present. Zhou Xiaonian and Wu Yuding were also present as family members to send him off. The funeral procession went all the way out of the city gate and to the southwest side of the city, by the main road. That was the grave that Blind Hong had chosen for himself long ago. Zhou Xiaoduo knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. He sang loudly, Godfather, rest in peace. Blessings in the netherworld. The gate of reincarnation in the netherworld is open. His voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. Legend had it that after a person died, they needed their closest relatives to escort their soul to the grave and shout for the gate of reincarnation in the netherworld to open. Only then would the deceased be able to rest in peace. Otherwise, they would have to wait for an opportunity to cross over before they could rest in peace. Before that, they would be reduced to a wandering ghost. If something went wrong, their soul would disperse and they would never be reincarnated. Zhou Chonglu was also wearing a green robe with a white cloth wrapped around his sleeves. He wore black cloth shoes and held a big shovel in his hand. Everyone carried Blind Hong's coffin down. Zhou Chonglu was the first to jump down. He chose the head and tail of the coffin and placed a high-grade jade of astral souls under Blind Hong's head. Blind, let's meet again in the next life. Zhou Chonglu stood there for a long time. He sighed softly and said, I will cover your grave now. Blind Hong, you have a godson to send you off, a brother to cover your grave, and the protection of the astral souls. You chose your grave when you were alive. This life is worth it. If you are in heaven, remember to take good care of your godson. He lifted up the large shovel and shoveled a handful of yellow dirt into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Chonglu did not let anyone, including Zhou Xiaoduo, interfere. He only piled up the grave by himself. He only stopped when he reached the last shovel of soil. Xiaoduo, lay this last shovel of soil for your godfather. Show your filial piety as a son. Not too much, not too little. Don't shake it and don't scatter it. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo steadily placed the last shovel of soil on the grave. Then, he erected the tombstone. Godfather Hong Dashui's grave. Godson Zhou Xiaoduo erects it. It was a very simple tombstone. It was done. Then, an unforeseen event happened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless grasses suddenly sprouted from the grave mound that had just been piled up. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire tombstone was covered by 3 feet of lush grass. And this was only the beginning. Countless vines appeared out of thin air, growing longer and longer. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly climbed up the grave and entangled with each other, wrapping around the tombstone. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if the vines were used to make a tight door. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. However, the entire grave was hidden in the wilderness. At a glance, it was no different from the weeds all over the ground. The mysteries of the world and the changes were so amazing. It was a marvelous spectacle. Zhou Changlu sighed softly. Friends of one life, enemies of two lives. But in this life, blind man, I have given you a good gift. Clap, clap, clap. He opened all the bottles of wine he brought and poured them on the grass. If there is a next life, you may not be willing to drink with me again. Zhou Changlu smiled faintly. In this life, there is no winner or loser. Of course, you leave first. You win. Brother, I'll call you brother for the last time. Cheers. After saying that, he raised a bottle of wine and gulped it down. That was the last bottle of wine. Chapter 228. Wu Yuding stood shoulder to shoulder with him and said with a smile, "The blind man has no regrets in his life to have you as a friend and a son to send him off." Yes. Let's go. Zhou Changlu laughed and said, "Let's go home." Zhou Xiaoduo was worried and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his father's mental state was not normal these days. "I'm fine. I finally sent him away. No matter if it's early or late, I'm relieved of one of my worries." Zhou Changlu said, "Ting, remember to buy some food and some good wine on the way back. I'm going to have a good drink tonight. I'm going to get drunk tonight." Wu Yuding laughed and said, "Everything happens for a reason. I'll count you in." Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo looked at each other and felt that it was strange. In the past, it was fine when their father said that he wanted to drink. If he was drunk, their mother would have started yelling at them. But today, she was unusually supportive of them. "Xiaoduo, you must always remember." Wu Yuding said softly, "You have such a godfather." "Yes." Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. "What I'm saying is, you must always remember, truly remember, your godfather." Wu Yuding exhorted once again. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo felt the pressure and said seriously, "Mom, don't worry. I will remember. I have Hong Dashui as my godfather." Wu Yuding turned to Zhou Xiaoyan and said, "Nian, Mom. Your brother's godfather is your godfather. Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes. In the future, whether you are the daughter of the Zhou family or the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, he will be your godfather. Do you understand?" Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and said shyly, "Mom, I will remember." Lowering her head, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly see that Nian Nian cat, who often made him bungee jump in the air. Even her ears were red. Under the transparent sun, they were pink and cute. He reached out and touched them and said in surprise, "Mom, look. Sister Nian Nian's ears are transparent." Before Wu Yuding could say anything, Zhou Xiaoduo had started to bungee jump again. Embarrassed and angry, Zhou Xiaoyan, whose body was almost limp from his pinch, went berserk and turned into a female T-Rex. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed up like a rocket. As soon as he landed, he shot up again like a rocket, even higher than the first time. He was already at the peak of the martial master level, and his true cultivation was not inferior to that of a high-level Xiantian. He was not afraid of such a height at all, but when it came down to it, he still screamed and wailed, "Spare me! Save me!" Similar words were being shouted incessantly. What if Nian Nian finds out that I am not afraid and changes the punishment? Bungee jumping is still the best. To tell you the truth, I'm already used to it. So used to it. The Zhou family was at the funeral. The Ning family and the Meng family were not idle either. Although the people of the Star Shield General Administration were still on the move and looked like they wanted to catch everyone, the two families could not hold back anymore. After all, too many things had happened in the past few days, and they were all big events. Today, yesterday, and last night, the Meng family's bloodline had lost 7 people due to all kinds of reasons. 4 branch companies were paralyzed because of all kinds of things. The Ning family. Their ancestral grave collapsed. Both the Ning and Meng families were looking for blind Hong, but they got the news that Blind Hong was dead and the funeral was today. The two families felt that they had been fucked. Otherwise, how could they be so unlucky? They had never felt that Blind Hong was so important. Even when they asked Blind Hong to check feng shui, they did not feel that Blind Hong would be so important today. But at this important moment, he died. The few qi gazers that they found during this period of time were all useless. This made Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng want to kill them. You said you could not see anything. How could you be qi watchers? They were busy for the whole day, but there was no clue. Ning Suifeng was thinking. The figure that suddenly appeared in the white fog. What did it mean by pointing to the east? Was it a warning from the ancestors to the descendants? Was it from the east? What was in the east? The Ning family went to the east of the city to search. But everyone in the Ning family was confused. You didn't say anything. What did you want us to search for? Ning Suifeng also had a stomach full of bitterness. That figure only pointed to the east. What can I say? For the whole day, the Ning family almost turned the east of the city upside down. They went in and out of all the residential areas and suburbs in the east of the city. Almost every family was visited. Naturally, the Fengwu home district in the east of the city near the city center could not be missed. However, they found nothing. All the Ning family members were exhausted and their eyes were blank. Ancestor, what did you want us to look for? Or what? They were busy until night. Everyone replied to Ning Suifeng with a confused expression. Ning Suifeng was also helpless. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Ning Suifeng made up his mind and called someone over. Go. Bring 2 people and see if you can kill the spiritual thought goddess. Bring your phone. If there are any changes, contact me at any time or I'll call you. The person accepted the order and left. Ning Suifeng was bored of waiting, so he went to the Meng group to see if Meng Tianyue had any ideas. If there was a way, he would immediately call that person and stop the operation. After all, getting rid of the spiritual thought goddess was the last resort. As long as there was some hope, Ning Suifeng did not want the spiritual thought goddess to die at this time. When he arrived, the Meng group was having a meeting. Participants, Meng Tianyue, Meng Chintian, and all the Qi watchers. Ning Suifeng sat down quietly with a gloomy face and did not say a word. There was only one topic in the meeting: how to solve this imminent feng shui situation. After some discussion, everyone was at a loss. In the end, Brother Feng came up with another idea. If you want to find out the enemy's dirty tricks, there's another way. What is it? This method is just a legend. I'm not sure if it's useful. It can only be said to be an attempt or a reference. Speak. Yes, it's to find the most talented local youth. Because this person must be nurtured by the general trend of Phoenix City. As long as we take his blood essence and activate the compass, a few Qi watchers will work together and gather the general trend of the heavenly Tao in Phoenix City. We will find all the arrangements that don't conform to the general trend of the heavenly Tao and destroy them. There's such a method. This method is only limited to what I know. I haven't personally experienced it or controlled it, so it can only be said to be a reference. Yes, I've heard of this method, but it seems that no one has succeeded. I'm not sure if it's true or not and if it's feasible. Since you've heard of it, it's worth a try. Then, who is the most talented person in Phoenix City? And it's a male? Everyone looked at each other. All these years, the Meng family and Ning family had been paying attention to the female geniuses in Phoenix City, but they had never paid attention to the male geniuses. After hearing this method, the Meng family and Ning family were excited for a moment, but then they were worried again. The direction of the investigation made everyone helpless. Check all the martial arts schools. Male geniuses. We have to find the most talented one. This is. Are we going to Star Shield to check? The one who improved the most might not be the most talented one. We have to check the files, check the Skynet, and compare it with many parties to confirm. Who has connections to the Skynet? Everyone shook their heads. The Skynet was the most confidential information network in the entire country. Other than the higher-ups who had the authority to check it, no one else could touch it. This matter can't be delayed any longer. If there's no way, we have to think of a way. If there's no connection, we have to find one. If we drag this on for a few more days, I'm afraid our two families will be finished. I do have a direction. Perhaps I can give it a try. Yi Zichen thought. Brother Feng, who had met Sui Xiaoduo before, pondered and said, when I first came to Phoenix City, I saw a young man on the street. Let's not talk about this child's aptitude for now. His cultivation is only average, but his aura. At least from the qi examination technique, I dare to say that this person's qi is second to none in the entire Phoenix City. Even if he's placed in the entire Central Plains, even in the entire Yanwu Empire, he's at the top of the list. Meng Tianyue's eyes lit up and said, Who is it? Mister, do you know the person's name? Of course. Brother Feng smiled proudly. The other three companions looked at him enviously. Was this guy the same kid who said that he would make a good karma? To think that there would be a reversal here. This was clearly a stroke of luck. Meeting such a person is fate. Naturally, I went up to test him. Brother Feng said proudly, so, I went up and asked for the kid's name and school. That child wasn't wary of me at all, so he told me everything very straightforwardly. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's eyes lit up when they heard this. The few Qi watchers that were invited were indeed somewhat useful. May I ask Master Feng, what's the kid's name? Meng Tianyue waved her hand and Meng Qintian took out a bank card and stuffed it into Brother Feng's hand. Master Feng, this is just a token of my appreciation. There's 2 million in this card. No matter if it's a success or not, it's yours. Of course, if it's a success, there will be great rewards. 2 million. The eyes of the other Qi observation experts were already turning green. They hadn't even done anything yet, and they were already given 2 million. Great rewards after. This luck was equivalent to giving a mountain of gold to anyone they met on the street. Brother Feng's face almost bloomed. He tried his best to be reserved and accepted it. He said proudly, that kid is about 17 or 18 years old. His name is Ting Hao and he's studying in Phoenix City's martial arts school. Chapter 229. Ting Hao. Ning Suifeng immediately stood up, go investigate this Ting Hao. There's no need to investigate. Meng Tianyue took a deep breath and replied excitedly, I didn't expect it to be Ting Hao. Ning Suifeng suddenly turned his head, you know this genius? Meng Tianyue's expression completely relaxed, Brother Ning, you should know him. Even if you don't know him, you should know his father. Oh? There should be only one Ting Hao in No. 1 middle school. He's the son of Deputy Director Ting Guanyuan of the Phoenix City Business Bureau. It's said that a few years ago, he and 2 other playboys created the title of Phoenix City's 3rd young master. Meng Tianyue said, it's said that he has already reached the innate realm. If that's the case, he can really be considered a cultivation genius. When Ning Suifeng heard this, he immediately relaxed. Then this matter is really easy to handle. A Xiao Deputy Director of the City Business Bureau, what's there to be troubled about? Meng Tianyue nodded, turned her head and said, Master Feng, the formation you mentioned, how many drops of blood of this genius? Or all of his blood? Master Feng coughed and said, under the condition that it doesn't endanger his life, the more the better. Meng Tianyue nodded and said confidently, I understand, leave this matter to me. Last time when Ting Guanyuan drugged a girl in my club, I ordered my subordinates to settle it for him. Moreover, these years, my subordinates have given Deputy Director Ting tens of millions. It's time to use it. Ning Suifeng was gratified, good, this can't be better. Meng Tianyue casually took out her phone and made a call. However, the other side immediately picked it up after just one ring. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and turned on the hands-free mode. The other side had already started to speak with surprise, flattery, and disbelief. From the tone of the voice, one could imagine that the person on the other side was also bowing when he picked up the phone. Is this Boss Meng? I'm Ting Guangyuan. Yes, Little Ting of the City Business Bureau. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and said enthusiastically, Director Teng, long time no see. I am Meng Tianyue. Hello, Boss Meng. I didn't expect you to call me personally. When I saw the number just now, I thought I was dreaming. Boss Meng, you're too polite. If there's anything, just let the secretary inform me. The enthusiasm of the deputy director of the city's Commerce Bureau had already reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Meng Tianyue smiled and said, How could I? Last time, there was a problem with the local tax of the Meng Corporation, and it was all solved by Chief Teng. I haven't had the chance to thank Chief Teng yet. Besides, we have been friends for so many years, how could I not make this call? Chief Teng, we're brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? On the other side, Ting Guangyuan's voice also became lively. I don't dare. Thank you for calling me brother, CEO Meng. My life is really worth it, but I really don't deserve it. CEO Meng, you are like the sun in the sky. Ha ha ha, Brother Teng is too polite. Meng Tianyue pondered for a moment and said, Brother Teng, when is it convenient for our two families to have a meal? Hearing this, Ting Guangyuan was so happy that he almost fainted. As long as Boss Meng says it, it's convenient for me at any time. Even now, it's convenient. Meng Tianyue looked at the time and said, Chief Teng, we don't need to be in such a hurry. How about this? How about tomorrow morning? I'll bring my sister-in-law and niece. You also bring your sister-in-law and nephew. Ting Hao, right? Let's have a meal together and have a good chat. We haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a drink. On the other side, Ting Guangyuan's whole body trembled. He could not help but feel disgusted and said, Why don't you know how to tidy yourself up? Sigh, that's it. Oh right, remember to call Little Hao and tell him to come back tonight. Don't delay tomorrow's matter. On the other side, Meng Tianyue put down the phone and said with a smile, Done. Ning Suifeng said, Tomorrow we'll act according to the situation. If the first time doesn't work, maybe we'll need a second time. But it doesn't matter. Zhao's deputy director of the city's Commerce Bureau, even if his whole family evaporates, it's not a big deal. Meng Tianyue nodded with a smile. Ning Suifeng suddenly thought of something and said with a dignified face, Well. Looking east from my family's ancestral grave, it seems to be number 1 middle school, right? Meng Tianyue and the others were all stunned. Everyone knew that the Ning family's ancestral grave had directly collapsed and fell to an unknown place. Everyone had been avoiding this topic, fearing that it would make Ning Suifeng unhappy. Who would have thought that he would bring it up himself? Meng Chintian at the side pondered for a moment and said, Yes, looking east from the Ning family's ancestral grave, that's number 1 middle school. Ning Suifeng snorted and said, Then this Ting Guangyuan's home, which direction is it located in? Meng Chintian found Ting Guangyuan's mobile phone number and checked the location. He said, It's also in the number 1 middle school area. Ning Suifeng raised his head and murmured, Is it really his home? He frowned and couldn't figure it out. How could it be? The Ting family? What Ting family? Meng Tianyue asked. Nothing. Ning Suifeng's eyes flickered with surprise and doubt. He then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Stop the operation tonight and wait until tomorrow afternoon. He put down his mobile phone and murmured, What's going on? Zhou family. After dinner, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaonian's face again as usual. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Now, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face looked much better than before. Even though the death aura was still there, it had shrunk a lot and occupied less than 70% of the original. The purple aura behind the death aura was gradually showing signs of eruption. Looking at her face now, she has at least a 30% chance of survival. While Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried, he also felt gratified. His current physiognomy was much better than the first time he saw it, when he looked like he was going to die for sure. The torment during this period of time was not in vain. It was effective. Hard work could indeed change one's fate. Zhuo Xiaoduo poured a bowl of chicken soup for the soul in his heart and became more energetic. Then, he looked at himself in the mirror and ran his fingers through his hair. He felt a little depressed. If being handsome could help him overcome a tribulation, then he was willing to offset all the tribulations that Nian Nian had to face in her life. Yes, there's one more important thing. That is, I've accumulated 13 drops of luck points. After a few days of fortune reading, I've accumulated quite a lot of luck points. Little by little, I've accumulated so much. But 13 drops. Why haven't I leveled up? I think my fortune reading skills are definitely qualified to level up. I've obviously reached the pinnacle of perfection. Why haven't I leveled up? Zhuo Xiaoduo was especially depressed about this. But after being depressed for a while, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. The good thing about Master Zhuo's personality was that if there was something troubling him, it would be fine if he didn't think about it. Nian Nian. Ma. Sis. He turned around and wanted to call her Nian Nian cat, but then he remembered that if he called her by her full name, he might get beaten up. He forced himself to change it and called her Ma. You have money again? Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Money? Isn't it just money? I have plenty. Master Zhuo has nothing but money. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted his chest. Then let's go and cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoyan grabbed the sword that she had placed in the room as an air conditioner and walked out valiantly. There was one more thing to add. Because it was summer, the weather was hot. The Zhuo family used an air conditioner, but the air from the air conditioner was too strong and not nutritious. Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword was in the scabbard, and it slowly emitted a bit of cold spiritual energy. Under Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate control, the temperature of the entire Zhuo family was maintained at 23 or 24 degrees. It was not only cool and pleasant, but also rich in spiritual energy that nourished the body from time to time. It could be said that it was a magical weapon for home travel. Chapter 230. After Zhuo Xiaoduo found out about this, Zhuo Xiaoyan's spirit snatcher sword transformed into the family's natural air conditioner. Nian Zhuo Changlu walked out of the study. Dad? You and Xiaoduo are practicing swordsmanship. Why do you need a sword? Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, leave the sword. You just need to wear the scabbard. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoyan thought about it and agreed. Why would I need a sword when I'm practicing swordsmanship with a dog? I'd better put down the whole sword. A branch will be enough. Zhuo Xiaoyan said and put down the sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless for a while. How much do you look down on me? Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely depressed. Am I that weak? Zhuo Changlu ignored him. Seeing that the natural air conditioner was left behind, he went back to his study. Let's go. I'll show you how weak you are. You'll know yourself clearly. Zhuo Xiaoyan excitedly pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo away. After leaving the house, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, there was a surge of tenderness in his heart. In an instant, he had a feeling, today seems to be a good day to fall in love. Under the moonlight, what a good atmosphere. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt the moonlight soften. It was like a dream, illusion, and intoxication. It was really hazy. Zhou Xiaoduo felt his heart suddenly melt. So he turned his head to look at Zhou Xiaoyan. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that she was really beautiful. None of the women he had seen could be more beautiful than Zhou Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but feel more and more restless in his heart. He felt that his throat was a little dry. He racked his brains and thought, how should I start a relationship? What should I say first? He thought and thought, but he had no clue at all. However, it was a good habit to ask when you didn't understand. If you didn't ask when you didn't understand, you would never understand. So Zhou Xiaoduo humbly asked shamelessly, Sister Nian Nian, have you ever been in love? Zhou Xiaoyan was so shocked by this sentence that she almost fainted. She stopped and turned her head. Her gaze was sharp and puzzled. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoduo plucked up his courage and put on what he thought was his most handsome pose and face. Actually, I don't know how to fall in love. Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was beating like a drum. Actually, I know that you haven't been in a relationship. Zhou Xiaoyan's face darkened. What do you mean? What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoduo saw Zhou Xiaoyan's unhappy expression, and his eyes seemed to be about to shoot out a murderous glint. Suddenly, he felt his breath deflate, and immediately became terrified. He muttered, tonight, should we practice swords or concealed weapons? Zhou Xiaoyan was confused. She subconsciously put her hand on Zhou Xiaoduo's forehead and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Zhou Xiaoduo inexplicably felt that he was too cowardly. He was angry at himself for not living up to expectations, but he didn't dare to change. He could only choose to continue being a coward. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. He said angrily, isn't it just being beaten up by you? He wasn't angry at Zhou Xiaoyan, but at himself. Zhou Xiaoduo. Why are you so cowardly? Why are you so cowardly? Go ahead. Hug her. Kiss her. Hurried up. He kept scolding himself in his heart and encouraging himself, but his feet seemed to have grown roots and he didn't dare to move. Zhou Xiaoyan increasingly felt that this guy might be crazy. She said angrily, beat you up? You're still not convinced? Zhou Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled. He said in a low voice, I'm convinced. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted and looked at him sideways. Her big white eyes were exposed. She asked meaningfully, do you want to fall in love? Ahem. Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised to find that the topic had turned back. He quickly said, actually, it's not that. I just feel that way. I'm already so old, but I still don't know what it's like to fall in love. How regretful that would be. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. She said, you want to know what it's like to fall in love? Am I right? Zhou Xiaoduo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. You see, it's a good time to fall in love. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes were cold. You have a target? With that? Governor Wan's daughter? Ah. Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. What are you talking about? How is it Governor Wan's daughter? What does it have to do with her? Zhou Xiaoyan smiled gently, but there was a hint of danger in her smile. She said, it's okay, doggy. At your age, it's normal to think about these things. But it's actually very easy to decide whether or not to think about it. Don't think about it. Why not? As long as you have enough training, you naturally won't think about it. Zhou Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, when you train until you don't know anything and can't think of anything. You're so tired that you only want to sleep, then you won't think about these things anymore. We're almost there. Let's train well tonight. You'll realize how inappropriate it is for you to think about falling in love. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. The so-called flower and moonlight are all superfluous. Zhou Xiaoyan showed her canine teeth and smiled like a devil. Zhou Xiaoduo panicked and said, I didn't mean that, Sister Nian Nian, look at me. I think you're still asking for a beating. Do you want me to tire you out again? Zhou Xiaoduo said sadly, Sister Nian Nian, actually, what I want to say is, what do you think of my looks? I'm quite handsome, right? Zhou Xiaonian smiled faintly. I'll make you even more handsome in a moment. So handsome that it's tragic. She grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo and left as if she was riding the clouds. That night, Zhou Xiaoduo was indeed abused like never before. The money he had just earned was all used up, and he didn't even get a single reward. In other words, he didn't pass half a time. He didn't meet the standards the whole time. He was fined until he was hovering between life and death. He was also beaten black and blue by the fist and leg training, and his whole body was in pain from the sword training. He was indeed tragically handsome. Zhou Xiaonian held a tree branch and supervised him fiercely. Whenever she saw that something was wrong with his movements, she would hit him with the branch without mercy. The pitiful Zhou Xiaoduo was carrying a 200 kilograms weight. How could it be easy for him to perfect his movements? Naturally, he was beaten up repeatedly. Fall in love. You want to fall in love. Zhou Xiaonian muttered in her heart, you actually want to know what it's like to fall in love. He. Originally, I wanted to give you some benefits today and let you take home some rewards. Now, it seems like there's no need. There's no need at all. For people like you who want to fall in love, you need to be taught a lesson. Finally, it was midnight. Zhou Xiaoduo lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. His whole body had been trained to the point that he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Zhou Xiaonian walked over and looked down at him. Then she squatted down and asked gently, are you tired? Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and panted heavily. Do you still want to fall in love? No. I don't want to. Zhou Xiaoduo shuddered at the question. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I'm really cheap. I asked for it. This is a witch. Okay. Zhou Xiaonian sat down beside him and said leisurely, why do you suddenly want to know what it's like to fall in love? Zhou Xiaoduo complained, I just want to fall in love with you. If you don't want to, then don't. Do you have to hit me so hard? I won't say that I want to fall in love with you in the future even if you beat me to death. Zhou Xiaonian was stunned when she heard that. After a while, her face turned red and she turned around as if she had been electrocuted. What did you say? I said I want to fall in love with you. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was swollen and his head was swollen. He was extremely sad. Okay. You made me. I really don't want to anymore. Everything is gone. With me? Zhou Xiaonian knew that she had misunderstood at this time. For a moment, she felt weak all over. She bit her lips and asked, didn't you say that the classmate of the governor's daughter? Wanli Xiu. Wanli Xiu is Long Yusheng's fiancé. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Xiaoduo murmured, Long Yusheng doesn't want to. If Long Yusheng wants to, you can just fall in love with him directly. Zhou Xiaonian squinted her eyes, why do I feel that you are a little regretful? What do you think? What's wrong with your brain? How can you see that I am regretful? Zhou Xiaoduo felt wronged. He was so melancholy that he turned his head and said, I just want to fall in love. Why is it so difficult? Zhou Xiaonian snorted, but unexpectedly didn't hit him. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but stop talking. He carefully and sneakily looked at Zhou Xiaonian's face. Was it the sign of a coming storm? He saw Zhou Xiaonian sitting quietly under the moonlight. Her long hair was fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes were like water, and there was a smile on her lips. She looked intoxicated. She was indescribably beautiful. His little heart, which had just been beaten to extinguish the idea of falling in love, couldn't help but beat fast again. You were so fierce just now. You are so beautiful now. Who wants to fall in love with you? Zhou Xiaonian pouted and rolled her eyes. She pretended to be fierce, but the corners of her mouth and the corners of her eyes were curved. She couldn't be fierce. She thought to herself, if he brings it up again tomorrow, will I give him a chance? Thinking about it, she felt confused. She turned her head and saw that this guy's eyes were rolling around. She didn't know what he was thinking. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at her. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly felt indescribably shy. She was about to say something to break the silence. Suddenly, her expression froze. It seemed that there were a few auras silently approaching here. Someone is coming. I'm afraid they are up to no good. Zhou Xiaoyan pushed Zhou Xiaoduo. Have you recovered? I have recovered. Don't move. Zhou Xiaoyan's spirit suddenly tensed up. She was even more annoyed. She was about to clear up the misunderstanding with Gouda, but someone actually disturbed her. She was so angry. With this guy's cowardly personality, it must have taken him many days to muster up the courage to say that he wanted to know what it was like to be in a relationship with someone. After being so fierce today, he probably wouldn't have the courage to mention it again for a month or two, or even 3 to 5 months. He was already a coward, and now he is even more cowardly after being beaten up by me. Chapter 231. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. Why are you such a coward? This is a coward. I knew he was a coward from a young age. After being a coward for so many years, it's become a habit. Today, he mustered up his courage and finally didn't cower, but he got beaten up by me. There was no point in being angry at this question, so she could only be angry at the person who ruined the opportunity. Who was it? Who was it that came to spoil the fun? Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xiaoduo focused on Zhou Xiaoyan's face and didn't find any danger, so he was relieved. Then, he started to pay attention to the surrounding situation. What kind of people would be coming? The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, so it wasn't a good time for night walkers to appear. Zhou Xiaoyan closed her eyes, her sword heart clear, reflecting the surrounding situation. He could feel a strong malicious aura coming from 3 different directions. They were all over the dense forest and were quietly closing in on him. Zhou Xiaoduo also said softly, Sister Nian Nian, there's a murderous aura. They are coming with ill intentions. Yes, I feel it too. Zhou Xiaoyan said, but these people's cultivation isn't very high. There's only 1 origin core realm and 2 embryonic breathing realm. I don't know which side they are from. Zhou Xiaoyan said this, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. Who are they? Which side are they from? They want to send a few small fries to deal with me. Aren't they looking down on me too much? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she instructed, Xiaoduo, the opponent's strength is within our control. You can use this opportunity to test the results of your hidden weapon. Zhou Xiaoduo kept silent, maintaining his lying position on the ground. He nodded slightly, not feeling nervous at all, but instead feeling strangely excited. Zhou Xiaoduo was very excited. Ever since he started practicing, except for the one time when he went out for training, he had never really seen blood or a fight. But today, this time, it was a real fight in the Jianghu. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xiaoduo immediately had a feeling of the boundless world, the boundless world, the vast world, the vast world, and the martial world. He probably felt that he had become a hero who repaid debts of gratitude and vengeance. He even started to daydream, if I go anywhere in the future, people will have to salute me respectfully when they see me and say, Hero Zhou. So you are the famous Hero Zhou in the Jianghu. I'm sorry for my disrespect. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you, but to meet you in person. Today, to meet heroes Zhou Xiong in person, I have no regrets. Scenes like this came one after another, one after the other. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile as he imagined what would happen next. What should I say if it really came to that? How should he answer in a perfect way that would make him seem more approachable and not unreachable? But should I make people feel cold? Awesome Collis. The wind whistled. The 3 breaths of the opponents finally got closer. They stopped about 30 meters away from the 2 of them and stopped moving. Zhuo Xiaonian instantly located the other party's location and told Zhuo Xiao Duo. That kind of aura that contained malice was clearly a malice that wanted to kill the 2 of them. There was no mistake about this. Ling Yan, which had almost become a synonym for Zhuo Xiaonian, was not just a nickname. 5 more meters and I'll make a move. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand and defeats the enemy in an instant. Zhuo Xiaonian frowned, silently calculating the best time, position, and means of attack. In the eyes of the 3 people who came in from outside, one of the siblings was lying on the ground with a grass stalk in his mouth, looking very sloppy. The other was sitting, looking up at the night sky, as if admiring the beauty of the starry sky. In addition, the 2 of them occasionally chatted and laughed softly, and the lively atmosphere. They were really no different from young boys and girls who did not know the taste of sorrow. They were completely unaware of the 3 people's arrival. 10 more meters and they could make a move. They would catch them off guard and defeat them as quickly as possible. The 3 of them made up their minds. Who cares about the Phoenix Meridian soul? The most important thing was to protect the family. If the family was gone, what was the point of the big picture? At this moment, one of them revealed a look of astonishment. That was because his phone was vibrating at this moment. Although the phone was on silent mode and vibrated silently, in this quiet night atmosphere, it was no different from a loud bang for cultivators above the level of martial master. The other 2 people who were closer to him were also stunned. Boss! Are you kidding me? We're in the middle of a move and you still have your phone. It's fine if you have your phone with you, but you didn't turn it off. What's the use of silent mode? The sound is so loud that it can scare people to death. Not to mention the brightness of the screen. It's a dark night. Do you think the other party is blind? Even if you're leaning against a tree, do you think they can't see you? Are you stupid or do you think they're stupid? Then, they saw their boss take out his phone and pick up the call. The other 2 thought that they were crazy or that their eyes were damaged and they were hallucinating. How could this be called a fucking secret operation? What the fuck? The other party picked up the call and nodded repeatedly. Then, he hung up the phone and made a hand gesture. Retreat! Retreat? The other 2 people were even more confused when they heard this order. Boss, we've already arrived at the target side. With your call, we've already been exposed. It's just that the 3 of you are fated to meet me, immeasurable deity. As soon as this sentence came out, not only the 3 people of the Ning family in front of him, but also Zhuo Xiaonian, who was following beside him, also widened her eyes. What do you mean? Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended to recite in a long voice, to break the secrets of heaven and the mortal world, to give guidance to the Yin and Yang sect. The 3 of you have met in the middle of the night. It's really fate. There's something I have to say. What is it? I see that the 3 of you don't look good. Evil is coming from the east, black gas is covering your faces, bad luck is hanging over your heads, and white tigers are in the sky. Tonight, it's inevitable that a bloody disaster will befall you. I'm here to remind you, to make a good karma. Master Zhuo pretended to be kind and said, the 3 of you, Buddha has the virtue of caring for all living things. I really can't bear to see the 3 of you leave just like that. It'll cause a disaster and death to befall you. The 4 people, including Zhuo Xiaonian, didn't know what he was talking about. Wasn't immeasurable deity's Taoist name again? How did it become Buddha? Are you a Taoist or a Buddha? A bloody disaster? At that moment, the leaders sneered, Master Zhuo, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly and clasped his hands behind his back. He looked like a calm master, immeasurable Buddha, so you know me. The 3 people were full of murderous intent and ferocious. Obviously, they were here to kill Ning Ke and his sister. The 2 sides were on opposite sides. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo let them go? How many monthly votes would there be at 7? Chapter 232. Moreover, Zhou Xiaonian had the purple star illumination on her face, so she was not in any danger. Regardless of whether it was a divination or a person's physique, she was confident that she could deal with the three people in front of her. Victory was within her grasp, so how could Zhou Xiaoduo let go of the opportunity to earn a wave of luck points? Even a mosquito's leg was meat, not to mention the luck points that concerned 3 lives. No matter what, it should be quite a lot. Master Zhuo's name has recently spread through Phoenix City. The 3 of us have heard a lot about you and often feel that we've never met before. However, the 3 of us are short of money and really don't have the money to pay Master Zhuo. Since we're not fated to have money, then we don't need Master Zhuo to worry about our fates. The leader was a little impatient. He said a few words and was about to leave. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. You. The 2 words you said before, please say it again. I've been waiting for this sentence. Finally, someone is willing to say this to me. Although he's not Hero Zhuo, Master Zhuo is still very impressive. Not bad, it's nice to hear. That person was not interested in being entangled with Zhou Xiaoduo. He said impatiently, get out of the way. Zhou Xiaoduo spoke very quickly, the 3 of you, it doesn't matter if you're rich or not. It's fate that brought us together. Looking at your faces, you're really going to face a bloody calamity. Death is at the door. If you don't listen to me and solve it, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger. The 3 of them ignored him and walked out with dark faces. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice sounded behind them. 10 meters forward, blood splashes 5 steps. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's sad and lamentable that there are 3 more lonely souls on the road to the netherworld. The 3 of them moved faster and faster. They felt that this guy was crazy. They walked 7 to 8 meters in one breath. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind them. Then, the entire sky was pierced by a sharp aura, as if it had transcended time and space. It broke through the air and came at them. The 3 of them shouted coldly at the same time and dodged. Their eyes were filled with shock. You actually dared to make the first move with your insignificant skills? Then, they heard Zhou Xiaoduo shout, Sister Nian Nian. Go! Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded. Zhou Xiaoduo's 3 jade gourds followed the opponent's dodging figure like a shadow, drawing a mysterious trajectory as they chased after him. Bang! 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 3 soft sounds rang out as they all hit their targets. Among them, the 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm were shocked to discover that their waists had been pierced by some unknown hidden weapon. They also didn't know what hidden weapon had burrowed into their skin, slithering left and right in their muscles like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it had twisted a few times. It was extremely insidious. A heart-wrenching pain followed. The 2 of them widened their eyes almost at the same time, filled with disbelief. Didn't the information say that this kid was only a martial master? This is the strength of a martial master. Reaching out to touch it, he found that the place where he had been hit was already drenched in blood. The hidden weapon was actually twisting left and right inside his muscles, and he couldn't force it out for a while. In this world, there was actually such a hidden weapon technique. Even the primal core cultivator who managed to grab the hidden weapon in time felt a sharp pain in his palm. While he was shocked, his eyes were filled with killing intent. A martial master. A hidden weapon used by a martial master could actually cause primal core cultivators to feel pain and even injure 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm. Once this kid grew up, he would most likely become a huge threat. Just as the 3 of them were thinking this, they suddenly saw a flash of brilliance in front of them, as if the moonlight was pouring out. At the same time, an extremely cold feeling suddenly spread out, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, their bodies were cold, as if they were frozen. Their eyes were filled with the bright sword light, nothing else. In a split second, a fairy from the horizon, holding a snow-white long sword, danced in the air, graceful and beautiful. Her clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, as if she had descended from the moon, mixed with the world of ice and snow. "Leave your last breath, let me kill you." Zhuxiaoduo's voice sounded at the right time, eager to give it a try. The primal core cultivator tried his best to deal with it, but he only had time to pull out his sword to block. He still felt that his sword was completely cold, as if it had been frozen. Just now, when it came into contact with the thin sword in the opponent's hand, his sword had silently broken with a whoosh. Then, he felt a chill in his arm, and the arm that was holding the sword flew out of his body. That person had just lost an arm, and before he could react, he felt a chill in his thigh, and his whole body was instantly half a head shorter. Zhuxiaoyan's delicate body flashed again, and a cold, fragrant wind swept past this person. The sword light flashed in the air, and the two Ning clan experts in the embryonic breathing realm behind him also let out earth-shattering cries of agony. The 4 legs of the 2 people were all chopped off. Zhuxiaoyan's body floated down and returned to the ground, but not even a speck of dust was raised. She stretched out her slender arm, and the thin sword body was reflected in the moonlight. The sword light was like flowing water, flowing quietly under the moonlight. There was not even a trace of blood on it. Good sword, as expected of the sharpest sword in the world. Zhuxiaoyan praised, and handed the sharp sword in her hand to Zhuxiaoduo. Just now, the sword that Zhuxiaoyan had used was Zhuxiaoduo's sword. Yes, it was the cat spirit sword. As for her own spirit-snatching sword, it was being used as an air conditioner by her parents at home, so naturally it was not with her. Long before they had made their move, Zhuxiaoduo had handed his sword over. "Why did you leave them alive?" Zhuxiaoyan squinted her eyes, and the murderous aura from her earlier attack had not dissipated from her body. She was valiant and formidable, cold and aloof. Zhuxiaoduo looked at her in a daze. He paused for a while, then took his sword, and said with a laugh, "I have read their fortune. Now that it has come true, I naturally have to convince them wholeheartedly and admit that my divination is accurate. Only then can it be considered complete." Zhuxiaoyan could not maintain her ladylike image and rolled her eyes. "This is your fortune-telling?" Zhuxiaoyan's face was filled with disbelief. "Who doesn't know how to do fortune-telling like this? Even I can do it." Zhuxiaoyan only felt that Zhuxiaoduo's theory was extremely strange. She even wondered if there was something wrong with this little doggy's brain. Reading the fortune of an enemy who was bound to fight? And then telling the enemy that there was a life-threatening disaster? Then, he would personally create a life-threatening disaster for the enemy. Is this how you call fortune-telling? It would be strange if you still could not tell. You clearly have the Overlord's point of view. Even if there was no life-threatening disaster, you would still need to read the fortune to create one. What's the point of doing this? Reading the fortune of someone who is about to die and telling them that they are about to die. Even if you were right, what's the use? Can you become famous? Can you advertise? Can you collect money? You're too senseless, doggy. Zhuxiaoyan was speechless and did not think much of it. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Nian Mao, you really don't understand this mystery. I didn't know that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster because you and I knew that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster. There is a fundamental difference between the two." She thought to herself, there must be a fundamental difference. It was because I read their fortune that I gained something. It was an extremely huge gain, okay? Even if what you said makes sense, why don't you let me kill them directly? Do you have to kill them? What's the point of this? It's also related to your fortune-telling. Can you tell that they will die in your hands? Zhuxiaoyan looked at Zhuxiaoduo and immediately thought of this problem that she couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried. Zhuxiaoduo looked around and saw that there was no one around. He smiled and leaned close to Zhuxiaoyan's ear. He said in an extremely low voice, "This is not about fate, but the will of the person. Do you still remember the small flying knife that Uncle Nan gave me?" "So what?" Zhuxiaoyan's ears were heated by his hot breath. Her delicate little ears suddenly turned red, and she only felt that her body was a little weak. She forced herself to calm down and ask questions, but her face was getting redder and redder. That small flying knife can absorb people's blood essence and turn it into pure energy to help me practice martial arts. The more people I kill, the more energy it can absorb. That thing is much more effective than absorbing astral soul's jade, Zhou Xiaoduo said in an extremely low and fast voice. Then he said in surprise, "Why is your face so red?" Zhou Xiaonian did not care about her blushing at this moment. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo in shock. "Is there such a thing?" Zhou Xiaoduo blinked and said, "Otherwise, how can my cultivation progress so fast? That small flying knife is a great help." With a casual sentence, he pushed all the credit to the dragon blood flying dagger. Zhou Xiaonian suddenly became nervous. She grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo. "Dog, you can't tell this to anyone else." "I know. I'm just telling you." "Are you someone else?" Zhou Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly. Zhou Xiaonian chuckled. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She whispered, "Damn, you have to make good use of such a peerless treasure. You must keep it a secret, top secret." Then she lowered her eyebrows and smiled. "Go ahead." She thought in her heart, "Dog, that flying knife was given by Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan will not harm us. Even if there is something wrong with him, my parents were there at that time. They should know it. This proves that this knife is only beneficial and has no hidden danger. However, the ability to absorb the target's essence and blood for its own benefit is too abnormal and even more evil. I have to check it carefully to make sure there is nothing wrong with it. But Xiao Duo doesn't need to know about this. I will secretly check the information in this regard. If there is no harm, I will let him use it. If there is any harm, I can tell him then." Thinking of this, her heart suddenly brightened. Looking at the three enemies whose legs she had just broken, her eyes became gentle. It was like looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's wallet. Zhou Xiaoduo walked to the front of the three people. At this moment, their faces were pale and their eyes were full of despair. "I told you that the three of you would have a bloody disaster and your lives would be in danger. Why didn't you believe me? Do you believe me now?" Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile. Chapter 233. So what if I believe you? What are you going to do? The leader of the inner core realm cultivators looked at Zhou Xiaoduo angrily. The intense pain made his body convulse, but he still held on. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Is it fun to tease a person who is about to die? The words of a dying man are indeed true. You hit the nail on the head. You're right. It's really interesting." Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that after this person said, "I believe you," a cool feeling descended from the sky and merged into his meridians. The result of the three people's fortune-telling had actually allowed him to gather half a drop of luck points. This result surprised even Zhou Xiaoduo. Of course, it was interesting. It seemed that even if he looked at such a tyrant's fortune sign, he could still gain luck points. "I'm really a fortune-teller." Since the luck points had already been received, Zhou Xiaoduo did not hesitate any longer. He took out the dragon blood flying dagger. "The three of you, have a safe journey." Puff! 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 The dragon blood flying dagger flashed, and the three of them died almost at the same time. "I helped you look at your faces. It's fate. I'll let you go in peace. The road to the netherworld is long. I won't see you off." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. "I've been so accurate and good at reading, but you didn't give me any reward. Now that you're dead, the things you have left behind can be considered as a reward, right?" As he spoke, he began to search the corpses. "Don't you feel disgusted?" Zhou Xiaonian frowned. "Every meal is not easy to come by. Even a strand of it is difficult to obtain." Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly, "People are guilty, but money is innocent. In this world, money is not omnipotent, but you can't do anything without money. We should never deprive this money of its right to circulate in the market. This money is buried in the ground. It's so unfair to the workers who made it. Their hard work is trampled on. We have to respect labor. After a busy harvest, so fucking poor. How can they be so poor? At the very least, they have one inner core and 2 embryonic breaths. The 3 of them only have 1 ring and nothing else. Zhou Xiaoduo was very disappointed. He pocketed the cash, which amounted to less than 1,000, and then handed the dimensional ring to Zhou Xiaoyan. That's all. Let's go. We'll look at our harvest when we get back. Zhou Xiaoyan was now bent on investigating Zhou Xiaoduo's dragon blood flying dagger. She grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo and soared into the sky, disappearing instantly. 10 minutes after the two disappeared, a black shadow floated out from 100 meters away, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Then, he raised his head and said, "Teacher Mu, you're here too. Let's take a look together and discuss." Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin? In the distance, a white figure rose slowly. It was Mu Yanyan. One of them was worried about Zhou Xiaoduo, while the other was worried about Zhou Xiaoyan. Every night, they would secretly guard here. Tonight, the Ning family only sent a few small fries. There was no need for the two of them to intervene at all. They were killed by Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan. In other words, even if the Ning family sent out the whole family, they would only end up dead here. And Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan would not be hurt at all. After all, Qin Fangyang was not the same as before. His strength had greatly improved, and he was not weaker than an ordinary expert in the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. Among the experts in the whole Phoenix City, even if he was not second to none, he was at least in the top 3. And Zhou Xiaoduo and Mu Yanyan were completely unaware of this, and they could not be told. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would be fearless and slack off. That would not be good. Mu Yanyan floated out and looked at Qin Fangyang strangely. "Teacher Qin, have you broken through? You have improved a lot." Just now, Mu Yanyan was hiding and did not find the existence of Qin Fangyang, but Qin Fangyang had found her. In the past, the two of them were almost neck and neck in terms of cultivation, neither of them was inferior to the other. But now, in this situation, Mu Yanyan did not retreat, so there was only one possibility: Qin Fangyang had broken through. Qin Fangyang sighed, "Alas, I didn't check it out. How could I suddenly break through?" His tone was full of a kind of regret, as if the breakthrough was a big bad thing. Mu Yanyan was a little stunned. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she felt that she had nothing to say to this sentence. How could he suddenly break through without checking it out? This act of pretentiousness was really fresh and refined. He was indeed the master of Zhou Xiaoduo. But you said it in front of people like us who are stuck at the peak of nascent soul and can't break through. How can we bear it? Mu Yanyan secretly rolled her eyes at Qin Fangyang. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, she found Qin Fangyang very pleasing to the eye. Now, he was a repulsive person, just like his apprentice, Zhou Xiaoduo. This master and apprentice both had a disease that would kill them if they didn't show off. Qin Fangyang stepped forward and looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. He whispered, "Weird, really weird." Mu Yanyan also stepped forward to take a look, and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The 3 corpses lacked any blood, and their bones were loose. It seemed that they had been dead for several days, and even showed some signs of drying up. Seeing this scene, Mu Yanyan suddenly remembered the situation when she chased Chen Yuding and others that day. Thinking of what Jiang Zhongbin and other people of Star Shield said at that time, and then looking at the corpses in front of her, and thinking about the money grubbers' action of plundering the corpses, she suddenly understood everything. I see. It turned out to be this guy's doing all this time. After all this time, this little boy has been the mastermind behind the scenes. For a time, Mu Yanyan, who understood the past, was only stunned for a moment, and then fell into an incredible state again. But what on earth can make a corpse fall into the verge of decay in such a short time? Mu Yanyan muttered to herself. Qin Fengyang suddenly turned his head and said seriously, word by word, Teacher Mu, I want to seriously remind you of something. Go ahead. About this matter, I hope you can keep it to yourself. Qin Fengyang's eyes were shining, and he said, this is my reminder to you. Mu Yanyan seemed to realize something and said, is it very involved? Qin Fengyang took a deep breath and said, with all due respect, the people and things involved. Even the entire Kunlun Taoism may not be able to bear it. Mu Yanyan was really shocked this time. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. Looking at Qin Fengyang's serious eyes, Mu Yanyan pondered for a long time, and then solemnly saluted, I remember Teacher Qin's advice and will follow it. I will never dare to take half a step out of line. Qin Fengyang nodded and accepted the salute calmly. What I find strange is not this matter, but Zhou Xiaoduo's actions. Qin Fengyang frowned and said, speaking of it. At that time, when the three people wanted to leave, spiritual thoughts directly killed them. I am not surprised. Even Zhou Xiaoduo jumped out to stop it, I am not surprised. In the end, it was spiritual thoughts that did it, I am still not surprised. I am just curious. Why did Zhou Xiaoduo have to read the fortune of these three people who are going to die? Why did he have to go through all this trouble? Qin Fengyang furrowed his brows. I really can't figure this out no matter how hard I try. Zhou Xiaoduo has never been a sloppy person. When he fights, he doesn't even scold people. He just goes up and punches. He never talks about reason. How could such a person talk so much about three people who are going to die for so long? He read their fortune and fulfilled it. He doesn't seem to be such a person with bad taste. Qin Fengyang really didn't understand, and he really couldn't figure it out. In fact, it was not only him. Mu Yanyan also had a headache. She also didn't understand. At that time, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly jumped out to stop them to read their fortune. This action directly shocked the two of them. He said that they were going to have a bloody disaster, and then he made a bloody disaster. He said that they were going to be in danger, and then he killed them. It had to be said that this action could only be described with one word, disgusting. Well, if another adjective had to be added, it could only be described with another word, despicable. It was completely meaningless. Vent anger? How could he vent anger like this? How much was he tortured before he died? That wasn't the case either. After a few meaningless sentences, he killed them cleanly without any hesitation or hesitation. Regarding this, I also don't understand. Mu Yanyan thought for a long time and honestly admitted that she didn't understand. She thought to herself, you master and disciple's brain circuits are different from others. Qin Fengyang frowned and studied the three corpses again. Then, he flipped the two people in the embryonic breathing realm over and used his sword to cut open their waist muscles. Then, he saw two small white jade gourds at a glance. They were really small gourds. At most, they were only the size of sunflower seeds. However, Qin Fengyang's eyes narrowed when he saw them. Mu Yanyan didn't want to touch the corpses. Seeing Qin Fengyang make them so bloody, she didn't want to look at them even more. She only stood far away and asked, did you find anything else? Qin Fengyang flipped the corpses over. With a hidden force, he shook the wounds that he had just made into mush. He shook the two gourds out and secretly held them in his hand. He said indifferently, nothing else. 2 in the embryonic breathing realm and 1 in the origin alchemy realm. They are all from the Ning clan. It seems that the Ning clan has indeed been going downhill these years. The aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years. It has declined. Mu Yanyan didn't feel anything unusual. She said, actually, this is normal. They have done too many outrageous things. It is inevitable that they will suffer from the backlash of fate. Qin Fangyang nodded and said, I have to go back. Goodbye, Miss Mu. He cupped his hands and floated away. After he left, Mu Yanyan glanced at the 3 corpses. She went over to take a look and immediately discovered that Qin Fangyang had used his strength to shatter the corpses. She originally wanted to see why Qin Fangyang had shattered the corpses. However, after thinking about it, she didn't do anything. No matter what, Qin Fangyang is not a bad person. I don't have to get to the bottom of things that he doesn't want me to know. As he said, it may not be a good thing for me to know something that I shouldn't know. Mu Yanyan's delicate body floated up and left. Chapter 234. Ning Family. When Ning Suifeng returned home, it was already past midnight, but he couldn't get through to the people who were carrying out the mission. After a few times, he gradually felt that something was wrong. Are 13 and the others back? Not yet. Send a few people to search for them. Report back as soon as you find them. The ominous feeling in Ning Suifeng's heart was getting heavier and heavier. With a sullen face, he kept pacing in the study, waiting for the news. At about 3:00 in the morning, the people who went out to search for the Ning family brought back 3 unrecognizable bodies. They were placed in the yard. Ning Suifeng looked at the 3 bodies for a long time. 3 more dead. Can you tell who did it? I can't tell, but I can be sure that their legs were cut off by a sharp weapon first. Patriarch, look, the place where their legs were cut off is flat, and there are no signs of their muscles spasming. This means that their legs were already cut off before they could feel any pain. The bone stubble is also smooth. The weapon used by the murderer should be a very thin sword. The sharpness of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. According to the intelligence, the Zhou family doesn't have such a weapon. The spiritual thought goddess doesn't have it, and neither does the Zhou Xiaoduo. Previously, the patriarch had already ordered them to give up on killing the spiritualist goddess. Based on the comparison of the strength of both sides at that time, there is a high chance that they were not killed by the spiritualist goddess. It was someone else. In addition, judging from the degree of decay of the corpses when they just died, the murderer is most likely practicing some kind of evil technique. And the lower back of these 2 people. This degree of shattering is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, it has to be above the level of nascent soul. An old man of the Ning family carefully examined the corpses for a long time and concluded there was an outsider interference. And it was a top master. As for why they were killed, I don't know. Maybe it was the protector of the spiritual thought goddess. Someone from the Kunlun Taoist sect. Bury them. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and sighed. Before he could finish his sentence, someone came forward to reporting to Master. 35th young master has sent news. He's currently in the hospital. Young madam is 7 months pregnant with twins. And she's having a miscarriage. Ning Suifeng stood there quietly. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, how many pregnant women are there now? No one replied. How many more? Ning Suifeng shouted. No more. Not a single one. The old man who had examined the corpse lowered his head. His face was blank. After a while, he said, before this month, there were a total of 47 pregnant women in the family. Now, all of them. Ning Suifeng's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. This was extreme fear. He knew better than anyone that if a clan wanted to rise, its population was the biggest factor. Only by constantly giving birth to new lives could the clan continue to prosper. Even if they suffered a temporary setback and declined temporarily, as long as their bloodline still existed, there would definitely be a chance for them to rise again. But now, the situation that he was most afraid of had appeared. Feng Shui situation. The person who set this up was simply vicious to the point of insanity. Obviously, this was to completely cut off the Ning clan's bloodline from the root. The ancestral tomb had collapsed and sunk to an unknown depth. All the pregnant women were gone. Then, when the Ning clan members who were still alive in the world grew old and died one by one, who would inherit the wealth and endless resources left behind? Pass down the order. Ning Suifeng raised his head and stood in the night wind. He said softly, "From today onwards, the men of the Ning clan will lift the ban on lust." Lift the ban on lust? That's right. There's no need for a formal marriage or even mutual love. There's no need for any sectarian bias. There's no need for aptitude. As long as they can sow the seeds of the Ning clan. That's enough. No matter where they live. Ning Suifeng closed his eyes. He knew very well how sinful his decision was. A group of men of the Ning clan who had no scruples at all. Every one of them had skills that far exceeded ordinary people. To ordinary people, they were supermen with irresistible power. If this order was passed down, perhaps thousands of ordinary girls who were slightly beautiful would be killed. But he still gave this order. Would they be able to escape if they were not in the Ning clan? Ning Suifeng thought so in his heart. Yes, master. The butler passed down the order. Ning Suifeng walked towards the bedroom. He had to rest. The light shone on his body. His back, which had always been straight, was now bent. Everything depended on whether the key point could be found tomorrow. If it couldn't be found, Ning Suifeng walked in. His lowered eyes shot out two vicious lights. If it can't be found, then even if the entire Ning clan's strength and the property accumulated over thousands of years, we must kill. Spiritual thought goddess and Zhua Xiaoduo. What big plan? What does it have to do with my Ning clan? Different from Ning Suifeng. Meng Tianyue let the secretary take turns to be on duty. She went to the study early. He didn't even turn on the light. He just sat in the study in a daze. He was in the dark and kept his eyes open until dawn. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhua Xiaoduo returned home. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. This money grubber didn't even have the mood to wait for Zhua Xiaoyan to check the ring. It was obvious that he was really tired. Zhua Xiaoyan sat in front of the computer and began to search for information about the dragon blood flying dagger. Was there any backlash from such a heaven-defying item? Were there any side effects? After searching for a long time, there was no relevant information. She could only give up. However, looking for this kind of backlash, she actually found some web novels. A group of ordinary people who had nothing to do were fantasizing about the magnificent life of a crooked cultivator. It was a dazzling lineup. Only one of them was called Wind Conquering the World. It was really well written. Moreover, the person was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Zhua Xiaoyan couldn't help but be curious. She murmured, "What did this guy write?" She opened World Defying the Nine Heavens and read it. She was immediately fascinated. It's written so well. It's great. I have never read such a good novel in my life. Early morning. Zhua Xiaoduo ate a stomach full of food as usual. He ate until the few pots were empty. He asked Zhua Xiaoyan, "Is there anything good?" Zhua Xiaoyan read novels the whole night. She was sleepy and forgot about the ring. She yawned and said, "No. So be it. A few poor people. I don't think there's anything good." He skipped out the door. "I have to go to school to cultivate." Zhua Xiaoduo ran away anxiously. He didn't break through these days. He felt his true qi was restless. He was really anxious. Today, he was afraid that he would be beaten by Qin Fangyang again. Teacher Qin was getting more and more ruthless. Zhua Xiaoduo had just arrived at the school gate when he saw a group of people waiting for him. "Master Zhua! Master Zhua is here!" Everyone in the crowd was very excited. Zhua Xiaoduo glanced at them and frowned. The number of people seemed to have decreased compared to yesterday and the day before. Well, to be more precise, It wasn't that there were fewer people, but there were fewer luxury cars. It was normal. Although there were many rich people in Phoenix City, there were very few people at the top of the pyramid who could catch Master Zhuo's attention. Forget it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes shone with golden light. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for luck points. I'm mainly pitying the people of this world. They have so many worries. Today, I, Master Zhuo, intend to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I'll help those in danger and rob the rich to help the poor. I'll point out the mysteries of heaven and give directions to everyone. Master Zhuo walked over with his hands behind his back. He pretended to be sage-like and walked over. Zhuo Xiaoduo. A crisp young girl's voice suddenly rang out. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head to look at the source of the voice. He saw a young girl in a white dress standing under a willow tree. She looked like a lotus flower. She had her hands behind her back and was looking at him with a bright smile. That young girl was Bai Bingbing. The young girl today had swept away the heaviness on her face a few days ago. She had become youthful and lively again. She no longer had any pretense. She radiated a pure and fresh aura. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo turn his head, Bai Bingbing's face lit up. She ran a few steps to Zhuo Xiaoduo and looked at him with a smile. What? What are you doing? Zhuo Xiaoduo took a step back cautiously and raised one of his palms solemnly. Amitabha, Almighty God. I'm a man with a wife. I'll be faithful to my wife until death. I'll never let her down. I'd rather be the one who betrays the world. Ah! Ha ha ha! Bai Bingbing couldn't help but laugh until she bent over. After a while, she stopped laughing. Her face became particularly serious. She bit her lip and suddenly bowed to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I'm sorry. Zhuo Xiaoduo, thank you. She stood up and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a little infatuation. Suddenly, she laughed from the bottom of her heart again. Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't worry. I won't chase you anymore. I won't chase you anymore. Because the distance between us is too far. Since it's destined to be out of reach, why waste my effort and ask for trouble? Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled when he heard that. Okay, okay. We'll be friends from now on. Friends. Goodbye, Zhuo Xiaoduo. Bai Bingbing waved her hand and smiled. I'm going to class. Like an agile deer, he quickly turned around and ran into the school like a wisp of smoke. She didn't say anything. Why was she sorry? Why was she thanking him? She didn't say anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't ask either. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled from the bottom of his heart as he watched Bai Bingbing run into the school. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, this bright and beautiful smile would definitely disappear forever. However, it didn't matter if he took off his shoes. What the? Wanli Xiu covered her nose and rushed out. Immediately, Long Yusheng shouted, "Oh no! There's poison! It's highly toxic! Brothers, let's run!" Covering his nose, he took the lead and rushed out. The others also rushed out of the door in a hurry. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Qin Fangyang were left in the room with an innocent face, and a certain smell that permeated the whole space. Qin Fangyang sighed deeply. If I didn't see you taking off your shoes with my own eyes, I would have thought that we were at a salted fish manufacturing base by the sea. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you. Don't you take a bath? I take a bath every night. Zhuo Xiaoduo said as if he had been wronged, but every morning, I run here while carrying 4,000 pounds, and stand on one leg to read my fortune. This. Qin Fangyang shook his head. He finally couldn't stand it and quickly walked out. Quickly finish it and throw it out to disperse the smell, this smell. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo finally came out with a relaxed body. After removing all the weights, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was almost flying. Even when he walked, he could feel the empty air in his pants, and the wind was whistling. Probably because of the weight, everyone wore clothes that were 2 sizes too big. The few people outside also had a look of novelty on their faces as they bounced and jumped. They all felt that they had become experts in an instant and were insufferably arrogant. They were extremely excited and overjoyed. An hour of relaxation time was enough for everyone to familiarize themselves with their current state. However, the wonderful time was always fleeting, and it passed in the blink of an eye. "Let's go." Qin Fengyang led the way in front and went to the testing room. At the entrance of the testing room, Luo Lai was already waiting there. "Have you arranged it?" Qin Fengyang asked. "Yes. All the teaching staff have been chased out by me. I have also cut off the power of all the monitoring equipment to ensure that there will be no relevant records of today's test," Luo Lai said. Qin Fengyang nodded and said, "Li Chenglong." "Yes. Go in and do a check to confirm the situation that Teacher Luo said." "Yes." Seeing Li Chenglong go in, Luo Lai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Qin Fengyang, do you have to not believe me?" "It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want any accidents," Qin Fengyang said seriously. "For some things, the more confident you are, the better." Luo Lai could only smile bitterly. The caution that Qin Fengyang displayed at this moment had already reached a considerable level. Li Chenglong ran out. "Teacher Qin, Teacher Luo is right. Then let's go in." Qin Fengyang and Luo Lai led the way in. As they walked, Qin Fengyang instructed, "Old Luo, regarding the test data of these kids, you must destroy it on the spot. Not a single bit can be leaked." Luo Lai nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Although he said that, in reality, he didn't really understand. At least, he didn't understand why Qin Fengyang was so serious. It seemed like he was making a big fuss over a small issue. They were just a few martial master kids. Was there a need to be so serious? The few of them entered the testing room. The first thing that caught their eyes were a few machines. "This is to test the attack strength of a martial master. 5,000 Jin," Luo Lai said. However, Qin Fengyang didn't stop walking. He walked all the way to the testing machine for Xiantian cultivators. It was also a target, but there was a screen above it. With one punch, the accuracy of the attack strength could be instantly calculated. This is a testing machine that only Xiantian cultivators can use. Luo Lai frowned and said, "These kids haven't reached the Xiantian realm. There's no point in using this to test them. The starting point of this machine is 8,000 Jin. We'll use this to test them," Qin Fengyang said decisively. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "I think it might not be enough." Hearing this, Luo Lai's facial muscles twitched. A punch of 5,000 Jin is the standard of a peak martial master. It has to be at least 8,000 Jin to be considered a minor Xiantian. And a punch of 10,000 Jin is the true starting point of an Xiantian cultivator's strength. Luo Lai advised earnestly, "The lower limit of this machine is 8,000 Jin. Teacher Qin, it doesn't matter if you can hit them or not. However, if you hurt the student's self-esteem, that's not good. What's the upper limit of this machine?" Qin Fengyang patted the strength testing machine. 100,000 Jin. Qin Fengyang's eyes looked at the few of them and said, "Wanli Xiu, you go first. Everyone get ready. We'll test 2 rounds." "Okay." Wanli Xiu took a step forward. "In this position, use the mountain steps and concentrate all your strength. When you punch, you must hit the target." "Understood." Wanli Xiu concentrated and suddenly got into a fighting stance. With a loud roar, her fist rushed out like a muffled thunder. The moment she punched, her beautiful hair suddenly flew back as if it was hit by a hurricane. Just by looking at this stance, Luo Lai, who was an expert in cultivation, immediately blurted out, "Damn. This kind of momentum, even if it was a Xiantian cultivator, very few of them would be able to do it." Boom! Wanli Shou heavily punched the bull's eye. With a clang, the big iron ball that was hanging on the side suddenly bounced up. It was pulled up by a spring for 3.5 feet. It even stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down with a loud bang. At the side, Luo Lai's mouth suddenly opened wide as if he had seen a ghost. On the screen, the numbers rose and fell like a tide. Finally, it stopped at a number. 58,500 Jin. Li Chenglong, record. Qin Fangyang's voice was very rigid. It was neither sad nor happy. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of gratification. Some time ago, he had passed on the torch and burned himself. This kind of instilling without sparing any cost had produced good results. These people's foundation was good. Moreover, he had spared no expense in instilling them. Their starting point had already far surpassed other martial masters and even Xiantian cultivators. Qin Fangyang knew this in his heart. However, to be able to hit such a number was enough to prove Wanli Shou's usual efforts. His instilling was not worthy of Qin Fangyang's pride. However, Wanli Shou's own efforts made Qin Fangyang deeply feel that it was worth it. He was very gratified. In the end, he did not let down his efforts. Yes. Li Chenglong neatly recorded this number on a small piece of paper he had brought. Wanli Shou, 58,500 Jin. Wanli Shou maintained her punching posture. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. When the number stopped, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. It still did not break through 60,000 Jin. Just a little bit more. What a pity. She sighed softly. Luo Lai opened his eyes wide. He looked at Wanli Shou as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with this Wanli Shou? Why does she look like she is not satisfied? Luo Lai was almost going crazy with this situation. Chapter 236. For ordinary martial arts school students, even if they reached the Xiantian realm or even the peak of the Xiantian realm, the most outstanding ones would only be able to reach a strength of 60,000 to 70,000. And for those who could reach that level, they would at least be at the peak of the Xiantian realm. They would be walking the path of thorns, or had already started walking the path of thorns, or had even finished walking the path of thorns. Oh, and there was another level. Only boys could do it. Girls. Since the establishment of the second high school, there had never been anyone who could reach such a strength in the Xiantian realm. Now, this girl in front of him could actually punch out a strength of 58,500 Jin when she was at the peak of the martial master realm and had yet to reach the Xiantian realm. Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why did Qin Fangyang have to be so cautious? For such a genius, even if he had to be more cautious, it was only right. Amazing! Amazing! Luo Lai clapped his hands and looked at Wanli Shou with admiration from the bottom of his heart. You are indeed amazing. Teacher Qin, Luo Lai, am truly impressed by you. Qin Fangyang's mouth curved slightly. Admire? It was still too early for you to admire her now. Long Yusheng. Here. Go. Yes. Long Yusheng stepped forward and stood at the same position as Wanli Shou. He looked at the target in front of him and took a deep breath. Then, he shouted and punched out. With a loud bang, the big metal ball bounced up 4.5 feet with a bang. It also stopped for a moment before falling down again. Luo Lai's eyes bulged. At this moment, a terrifying and absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that these 6 people were all such geniuses? They all had similar strength? If he had not seen it with his own eyes and only heard about it, he would have thought that it was absurd. But the reality was right in front of him. His heart was filled with fear and shock. 83,700 Jin. Li Chenglong took out a small notebook to record. Long Yusheng heard this and widened his eyes. Looking at this number, he did not know if he was relieved or regretful. Wan Lixiu pouted and looked at Long Yusheng. This guy, he actually hid his strength? His usual performance was about the same, but now his performance in the strength test was so much better than mine. Then. Yu Moyan. Here. Go. Another loud bang was heard. Li Chenglong's record, Yu Moyan, 82,700 Jin. Next was Li Zhongming. 82,000 caddies. Finally, it was Li Chenglong's turn. Swollen gathered all his strength into his hands. With a roar, he also threw out a punch and directly punched out an impressive value of 85,000 pounds. This number had astonishingly surpassed everyone present. At this moment, not only Luo Lai, but even Qin Fangyang looked over in astonishment. Long Yusheng and the others glared at him with dissatisfaction. Swollen was so arrogant now. They really wanted to beat him up. Seeing that his swollen vanity had been satisfied like never before, he opened his mouth wide and cupped his fists in a bow, laughing incomparably infuriatingly. Thank you for letting me win, please excuse my ridicule. Qin Fangyang stood at the side with his arms crossed and said expressionlessly, let's do it again and confirm that the data is accurate. Luo Lai hurriedly stopped him. Let's do it again later. Isn't there still one more? Zhou Xiaoduo hasn't tried yet. The previous 5 people, no matter which one it was, could already be considered an unprecedented peerless genius in Phoenix City. Luo Lai was really curious. As the leader of these 5 people, what level was Zhou Xiaoduo at now? Qin Fangyang ignored him and immediately ordered the second round to begin. Originally, they had to do it twice, but after Qin Fangyang looked at it twice, he muttered to himself and let them do it a third time. It stayed in the air for a full 3 seconds before falling down. Crash! The numbers on the screen were like a waterfall pouring down. Luo Lai subconsciously moved closer. At this moment, he felt that his eyes had gone blind. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. He squeezed his eyes hard and moved closer to take a look. The numbers had not changed at all. They were shining brightly. Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck. Luo Lai said repeatedly. He only had one feeling now. What did I just see? Did I witness a miracle? Or was it a miracle? The numbers displayed on the screen were especially dazzling. It was 299,100 pounds. Long Yusheng and the rest were all stunned. Wan Lixiu looked at the number that she had punched out, which was 58,500 pounds. She could not help but have the urge to cry. Was the difference so big? She had trained so hard and worked so hard day and night. In the end, the punch that she had punched out was not even a fraction of the other person's. Even if this person was Zhou, it should not have been like this. Everyone present fell into a silent atmosphere. Even Qin Fangyang's pupils couldn't help but abruptly shrink. Although he already had some guesses about Zhou Xiaoduo's current level, he was still shocked by this number. It was too high. It was unexpectedly high. In the martial master realm, he had actually punched out 299,100 pounds of attack power. What was the difference between this and an attack power of 300,000 pounds? No wonder. Qin Fangyang pondered in his heart. No wonder Zhou Xiaoduo could use hidden weapons. Such a fragile hidden weapon made of jade could directly injure 2 embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Moreover, it penetrated deep into their muscles and damaged their meridians. If he did not have this kind of attack power, how could it be explained? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, as if this result was nothing special. He said indifferently, "Give me 2 more punches." All right. After 2 loud bangs, the number was fixed. The second punch, 298,700 pounds. When it came to the third punch, which was also the last punch, the final number was a terrifying 299,999 pounds. The big metal ball flew up 5 feet and spun rapidly at the top. It almost flew out. Luo Lai's eyes were dull as he muttered to himself, only 1 pound away from breaking the record. My God! Such an eye-catching number, are you writing a novel? Full of shock, he turned his head again and focused his attention on Zhuo Xiaoduo, the monster. He saw this guy walk to the middle of Long Yusheng and the other 4 people. He sighed sadly, failure. It actually did not reach 300,000 pounds. The starting number is only 2. Compared to your 5 and 8, it is far worse. I am very disappointed. The faces of the 5 people twitched as they looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo as if they wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, there were only 2 words in their minds. Despicable. How despicable can you be? They really did not want to bother with him and turned their heads. Despicable. Luo Lai cursed in his heart. He finally turned his head and patted the testing machine. He sighed, this testing machine is really good. Qin Fengyang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how can it not be good? If there was even a little bit of slack, it would have exploded today. It is indeed not bad. Qin Fengyang said indifferently, the performance of the 5 of you is not far from my expectations. It can be considered as a pass. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others nodded in unison, their faces filled with joy. Luo Lai turned his head away. His face was extremely twisted in a place where no one could see. He cursed in his heart, this is the fucking act tough king. I have lived my whole life, and today I have witnessed the birth of the second high school's act tough king. Qin Fengyang's acting tough is enough to be written into the second high school's textbooks. He has produced a group of unprecedented geniuses. One of them might even be a peerless demon in the entire continent. But from his mouth, he only said, it's considered a pass. What the fuck? I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Luo Lai swallowed the inexplicable vulgarities that were about to come out of his mouth. He tried his best to restrain the urge to rush up and beat Qin Fengyang up. I can't go up. I can't beat him. I want to act tough like this for once in my life. Luo Lai complained in his heart. I guess the chances are slim. Today's results only represent the hard work you have put in the past. Qin Fengyang said, remember your own values and go back to practice. You can go directly to the gravity room. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you can enter the 50x gravity room now. Yes, Teacher Qin. Don't forget to wear weights. Yes. Got it. All of you can leave now. Qin Fengyang waved his hand and shooed the 6 of them out as if he was shooing flies. He closed the door and turned around. Luo Lai's eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was envy, jealousy, longing, jealousy. Qin Fengyang could see it all. Old Luo, how was it? The students had already left, so Qin Fengyang did not continue to hold on. He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. He smiled at Luo Lai, these few students of mine, do you think they are still passable? I'm ashamed to say that with my teaching standards, this is the best I can do. Qin Fengyang sighed, I'm ashamed. Taijiang, let's make a bet. If this girl doesn't come to Phoenix City, I'll be your follower from now on. If she comes, you'll lose something to me. How about it? Zhuo Changlu seemed to suddenly think of something. He was very interested in the bet. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes, boss, what do you like about me? Can you not trick me? If you're not sure about something, will you bet with others? Zhuo Changlu was displeased, am I that kind of person? I think you can be more confident and get rid of the awe. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Back then, because our people were caught by the raging fire, you came forward and made a bet with the raging fire witch? You claimed that as long as you lost, you would give the sun-moon pass to others. If you won, you didn't want anything else but a person. In the end, that idiot bet with you like an idiot. Then he was tricked by you and never appeared again. How many years has it been? Even someone like Lai Hua could be tricked by you like that. If I still dare to bet with you, I'm just looking for trouble and depression for myself. Zhuo Changlu touched his nose and said, "What are you talking about?" I didn't expect Lai Hua to agree without thinking. Wu Taijiang, forget it. Do you dare to say that you didn't plan that bet long ago? Of course it was planned. How could I not plan it well? Zhuo Changlu stared and said, if I wasn't 100% sure, how could I bet on the sun-moon pass? Are you kidding me? But Lai Hua was tricked by you. He even thought that he took advantage of you. That's his wishful thinking. Wu Taijiang thought and suddenly laughed. Back then, we were captured by more than 3,000 people, but you only wanted one person. I guess Lai Hua must have thought that there was something wrong with your brain. In the end, after you won, you didn't want any of our people. You only wanted the wife of Lai Hua to accompany you for a drink, a song, and a dance. Wu Taijiang slapped his thigh and almost burst into tears. Then, in front of millions of troops on both sides, you chased after Lai Hua for his wife. However, Lai Hua couldn't say anything. The bet was a person, but there was no stipulation on who it was. Later, Lai Hua found a middleman and almost begged you to release all of our people. He even compensated you with 10 rings filled with 100 cubic meters of things. Only then did he redeem his wife. He made a bet with others and then lost his wife. From then on, Lai Hua became the laughingstock of the entire UMNO alliance. That guy was also a person who cared about his face. He didn't appear at all. It was equivalent to eliminating 2 big enemies for us at once. Lai Hua and his wife, ha ha ha. The more Wu Taijiang talked, the happier he was. Zhuo Changlu stopped him several times, but Wu Taijiang turned a deaf ear. This matter was so funny and so satisfying. Every time Wu Taijiang talked about it, he had to finish it. Otherwise, his thoughts wouldn't be clear and he wouldn't feel good. According to Wu Taijiang, he could talk about this joke for the rest of his life. He was counting on this joke to survive. Brother Zhuo, just say it. What else do you want? Just say it. Anyway, I won't bet with you. Wu Taijiang said seriously, for what you have done over the years, Wu Taijiang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You really want to give it to me? Zhuo Changlu's smile was very sly. I'll give it to you. Wu Taijiang said firmly. Well, Xiaonian's defense is still a so-so. Zhuo Changlu said, go to your aunt and take her clothes. Puff! Wu Taijiang spat out a mouthful of tea on the street. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zhuo Changlu pinched his philtrum and kicked him, but he didn't wake up. Wu Taijiang was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. So what if he fainted? Just you wait. Zhuo Changlu was furious. Wu Taijiang, I told you to eat every day and not do anything. It's just a piece of clothing. You. Wu Taijiang opened his eyes and said angrily, if you want that piece of clothing, why don't you go get it yourself? Go find my aunt and take it off for her. You want me to go? How many lives do you think I have? Zhuo Changlu was also angry. Me? Go by myself? How many lives do you think I have? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Taijiang coughed. Yes, Brother Zhuo didn't have it easy either. The two stopped talking and thought about their own problems. After a long time, they sighed at the same time, feeling a little dispirited. Oh right, why did Gu Luoyan come to Phoenix City? Wu Taijiang asked casually. She might not have wanted to come. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly and said lightly, but it's possible. Now is the time when the wind and clouds are gathering. Gu Luoyen is also a phoenix. Since the wind and clouds are gathering, even if she doesn't want to come, she will be pushed here. She just came to see. Who's better and who's worse? Zhou Changlu smiled helplessly. You know, when dragons meet, I'm afraid they won't pay attention to each other. It's normal for them to brush past each other. But when phoenixes meet, there must be a winner. Let's see if your daughter can win. Wu Taijiang curled his lips and suddenly had a thought. Brother Zhuo, is your daughter the daughter of you and my aunt? Then you brought her here. Ho ho ho. Before he could finish, Zhou Changlu covered his mouth and said sternly in a low voice, "Bullshit. How can you say that?" Wu Taijiang almost suffocated. When Zhou Changlu finally let go, Wu Taijiang was panting, but his face was full of fear. Hurry up and get to work. Zhou Changlu didn't dare to chat with this guy anymore. You call that a fucking mouth? How dare you talk about everything? After you're done hammering, you should hurry up and leave. I'm seeing more and more of you now. You call that a fucking mouth? Zhou Changlu had a headache. If something happened to him, it would be troublesome, super troublesome. But while Zhou Changlu and Wu Taijiang were chatting, Meng Tianyue's dinner party finally welcomed guests. The whole Ting family was dressed up and came to the banquet in advance. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.